Welcome everybody to the Bad Pachimari League Season 4. We've got a B-League game to kick us off for today. There's going to be Lotus versus X-LOTL. It's going to be our Britain group, so naturally, you know, got to rep the group. That's where my team is as well. So this should be a fun one. The team that beat my team against a team that also had a loss last week. So this is going to be a quite interesting game.
I agree. The incentive here for Lotus obviously is to get out of that losing streak, and X-LOTL, on the other hand, wants to keep their winning streak going. So I wonder which incentive is going to fuel the team better.
Yeah, for sure. You know, X-LOTL, their win streak would be good to have here. We've got a couple of other teams in B-League that have this winning streak. You can see here, Storm, they're 2-0 right now, looking incredible. And actually, they're the ones that beat Lotus, which is one of the teams we got here in this match. And as you can see there, Lotus is towards the bottom along with my team now. That's really weird to say because I feel like Lotus is a tad better. But yeah, X-LOTL could go 2-0 today, and it could be like a big rivalry between them and Storm.
I think that'll be a very interesting rivalry for sure, because we always love those kinds of competitive feelings where both teams could easily overtake the other, and it's just a sheer battle of just both like beautiful play, team synergy, and a little bit of luck. But I wonder which team will come out to be lucky today, because looking at the rosters, both of these teams have a lot of BPL veterans on there, and I recognize so many people's playstyles. Like on Lotus, for example, we know that Paracelsus and Luca are very, very good supports, as well as we see Reborn on that DPS role. And then on X-LOTL, we know that, I know Garden personally is a really good DPS in my opinion. I know that Grunfudak has been on that tank line for a good while now in BPL.
Yeah, and what I want to really point towards here actually is a tank matchup of Riptide versus either Georgie Boy or Grunfudak. Both Georgie Boy and Grunt obviously on pretty good teams in past VPLs and past Snowdowns and such. Whereas Riptide didn't have the greatest showing on Basalt and Battery, the meme team of Season 3, I suppose. So it's going to be interesting to see if Riptide can really hold up to Georgie Boy and Grunfudak here, especially since Riptide, was actually on quite a great team back in Season 2, way back. So potentially we could see that legacy return here, but that's if Lotus get the win today.
And that they might. I don't know. I'm trying to think about who I want to pred here, because I feel like when we were talking about like X-LOTL's match, I had predded them, and then I feel like when we were talking about Lotus's match, I had predded them. So now I have to pick which one I want to pred twice. Oh gosh, I don't know. Because actually, you know what? I'm a sucker for the underdog story, and Lotus is the team right now that is on that losing streak, so I'm gonna go for them this match.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna give X-LOTL here. They had a pretty good showing against my team, I have to say. Definitely, obviously I wasn't in the game, but watching it from the outside, I could tell my team would definitely boomed after that. So yeah, X-LOTL, we got some opposing predictions here, and obviously there are other games to be looking at during today as well. Coming up after this, we've got Inferno versus Old School But Cool. That's my match of the week for A-League, so should be a fun one. Then Whiteout versus Ember, which should be another B-League banger, and to finish off the day we got Noble and Pyromaniyak, which it's a pretty decent A-League banger again. I think we've got a really good day of games here.
Definitely so. I remember actually yesterday, one of the teams that I'd casted for said they were very excited to play against Noble later on in this BPL Season 4. So that'll kind of be my personal match of the evening. Also because I'm casting it.
Yeah.
But we will have to get through all the other games first before we could see that happen. But so far in C-League, we've actually seen some good plays here from Oomphy Academy and Draw This, both of them winning their respective matches. And then as we see other C-League matches happening, we've got Interrogators versus Midtown Metros, and then we've got Nuclear versus Restless Insomniac pack.
Yep, a Nuclear versus Restless Insomniac pack will be one you lot want to tune into. Make sure you head over to BPL_2 in just an hour to catch that one, because that will be, I think, the C-League banger. It's not particularly, in terms of the standings, a great game, but in terms of the quality of gameplay, it should be. But let's talk about this game a little bit, right? We're starting off with Nepal here on our map set, and this is going to be quite fun to see, because actually, Nepal's been a map, I think, recently recently in sort of BPL where a couple of teams, I think Storm being the main one, decide to run some weird Reinhardt stuff instead of like the typical Zarya meta.
Yeah, you point that out, and I agree with you there. I feel like they've wanted to try to do a sort of like pseudo all, whereas Zarya right now is the much more viable candidate for that kind of composition based on the meta of Overwatch 2. But the fact that these teams want to stick on the Rein, like for example right now, as far as we know, Grunfuddock is going to be on that Reinhardt. It's interesting for their thought process behind that. Maybe that's a potential interview question. We'll have to see.
Yeah, potentially, but I am really actually scared here for Lotus. Rov on a Lucio, a key pick for this player, so we'll see how that goes for them. Lotus actually running the Orisa. Now, this has not been played much in BPL, I will say that. Probably one of the lowest win rates alongside Doomfist, sorry, the lowest pick rates alongside Doomfist, that sort of thing. So we'll see exactly how it goes for Riptide here. Obviously, we were slating this tank battle to be quite important, and we'll see how it goes. Already a lot of space taken by Lotus, of course, off the rip, so they're actually probably going to get first point control, but X-LOTL need to go aggressive, and yeah, they're not going to be able to do that with Gordon out of the fight.
I think that the Orisa actually allowed for Lotus to get that aggressive stance, because despite having a low pick rate, everyone knows that Orisa is pretty meta in Overwatch 2 with that new rework, and right now Lotus is making it work pretty well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Riptide not faltering in terms of the aggression here. Grunfuddock, because the Reinhardt really should be the one playing aggressive in a lot of these situations, but we shall see. Obviously, RMM goes down early there, clockwise in the back. Actually, almost has displayed online already. He's been just dumping in the poke so far, so that is just going to be a lot of damage. You will get a bit of trade out in the Baptiste here as the Sojourn, obviously, of Garden goes down, and it is up in the air in terms of who's going to win this team fight. I think Grunfuddock and Clockwise, though, able to sort of solidify that and get that flip.
X-LOTL really had a great response there to Lotus's defense. They were able to kind of get in the back, get great kills pretty early on, and then Lotus's just kind of, they crumbled a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, and I do feel like Lotus, something they're going to struggle with is dealing with that aggression from Grunfuddock. You get the Orisa cooldowns out, and you're basically free to go in. A bit of a bait out on the Mei wall there, so now Grunfuddock lands the Shatter, hits 2 with it, and everyone else is there for the follow-up. Clockwise gets a couple with the blade, so does Gordon. A nice 3K there for the Sojourn. And X-LOTL, yeah, looking pretty good.
Great timing there on the Shatter. Grunfuddock making this Reinhardt work. So I guess he heard you, and he was like, okay, Toasty, let me show you why we're picking Reinhardt on Nepal. It's not a goofy, silly comp. It's a strat that works.
Yeah, and like I said, Storm proved that to us, and it's become a lot more popular recently because of that. Grunfuddock, though, moved out of position by that Orisa, and that is great disruption, actually, from Riptide, as Janos has used this overclock, so has Gordon. Both of these Sojourns looking for picks, but Janos's will expire first, means that Gordon can probably get a bit more damage in. It actually forced out the beat there as Riptide goes in for the ultimate here. Clockwise, what are you doing? You're in the AoE there, you can't be standing there. As, yeah, clean up onto Rov as well, into the backline, trying to touch, but at the end of the day, that's a pretty solid team fight for Lotus.
And she getting caught out there in the Orisa ult, as you noted, not a very good thing to happen for X-LOTL, because I feel like Clockwise being like good damage dealer in terms of being essentially the only hero able to get into the backline so successfully, they just didn't have any multiple outlets of attack because of that. So Lotus able to stand strong again, awaiting this next push. 2 ultimates online.
Well, one of those is going to be that Amp Matrix that is actually utilized by Para, and the disruption here from Riptide does so much work in enabling that Amp Matrix. What Riptide did there was force everyone into the line of sight of that Amp Matrix, and it's all just clean up from there.
That's a great example of team synergy. Basically, Riptide didn't even have to use any sort of ultimate, but still let someone else's ultimate shine. And that's just chef's kiss. I love that.
Yep, gotta love it. But now X-LOTL, I mean, they're going to have to make a mad dash towards the point, and Grunfuddock are going to be surviving a lot of the spam. Shield has almost gone down, has a tiny bit remaining. No ultimates on both sides. It's a bit of a neutral fight here for the time being, as Jupiter's going to invest this Amp Matrix as soon as they get it online. Riptide a bit segmented off on the sideline, as Big Shadow there onto Janos will, I think, be worth it in order to get rid of that Sojourn, that potential clutch factor. As talking about clutch, Reborn finds Clockwise, but I don't think that's going to result in much.
Speaking of touches also, Rovera got 2 really nice kills there. Kudos to her. I love it when we see a good DPS Lucio. Now, it looks like last fight territory coming in for essentially both teams here. If X-LOTL wins this, they win. If they lose this, Lotus can take it back. So this is a very crucial moment here in the match.
Yep. And X-LOTL going to be looking to hold strong with this, this blade they got online, but Janos already finds Jupiter. Goes a bit too aggressive, though. Way too far in the front line as Clockwise finds Janos as well. So, yeah, looking pretty solid here for X-LOTL as he just got to do the cleanup. Riptide doesn't get that ultimate online in time, and the beat from Rov right at the end will end off that round, but it's a pretty close one.
That was close indeed, which makes me feel all the more excited for the second map in Nepal, and the second map, which will be Route 66, because I feel like whoever takes this map of Nepal is not going to have as easy of a time clearing the other ones, just because of how close this was. I feel like there was a lot of flip in the points. Obviously, we see that reflected by the score, but like each individual team fight, like I felt like bits and pieces on both sides were picked off before one team could like fully capitalize over the other. So I'm excited to see whether they're going to continue doing this trend, because right now we see a full mirror in composition.
Yep, it will be just the typical Zarya. I think that's fine here, honestly, on Sanctum, where you want to be using these sort of rotations around the edges and really try and make your way up close and just beam down the opposition. There's no opportunities to play Reinhardt here, not enough cover, I think, so yep, Zarya's going to be going neck and neck at each other to try and get high charge here. Gordon has a rail, but does end up missing it. Bit of a dive in there from Reborn. Has to be immortality'd up, though, as both of the Baptistes will use that ability. Jupiter trying their hardest to get this team up to full health, and that will work just fine as Gordon does the dirty work there, really.
Yeah, Jupiter really making sure her team is able to fight Lotus's attack there. That's what you really want to see from supports, because obviously that's their job. But on the other hand, if you get down to it, they're able to do it in a way that like allows the DPS and tanks to get those clutch kills to clean up the fight all the more quickly. So now Lotus, speaking of quickly, wanting to have a fast engagement here to make sure any more percentage from X-LOTL is stopped.
Yep, and Lotus obviously with quick re-engage. No ultimates to boot, really, as Jupiter. She's going to be able to use one pretty quickly here, as that Amp Matrix forces Reborn away and stops any potential dive from happening. Now X-LOTL will take that as their go signal, and Gruntfooter pushes aggressively but gets forced backwards. Gives Janos a lot of charge as well for this railgun. Amp Matrix invested as Janos hits a nice rail onto Gordon there. A bit of a Sojourn diff, and there should just be cleanup from here. Gordon not able to put in the adequate amount of damage to really pressure out Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus able to come out on top there. That Sojourn battle, like you noted, was going to be easily diffed by... Never mind, Janos was not diffed. Instead, Janos was diffed by Robert. But in all seriousness, no, like winning those little DPS battles is going to put you over the edge. So now Lotus finally able to start accumulating some percentage of their own. Janos also now has been able to accumulate that overclock as well as Reborn. They've got that Genji ultimate online too.
Yeah, and this blade will be super important because you got it in just before Clockwise has, really. Both grabs going to come through. Everyone just on top of each other there as finally Reborn invests this blade after Rov's beat came through, and it's all just slicing him up from there. Riptide doing a lot of the main lifting there, I suppose, but yeah, solid fight.
Yeah, RMM's beat allowing Lotus to survive the grab of X-LOTL, and then just I think the fact that the blade was available put them over the edge there, because we saw both grabs, both beats, so it was the same type of fight, but then like I said, that ultimate really putting it over the edge there for Lotus.
And it's that overclock as well that just forces away a lot of that beat health, right? Decays a lot faster when you're dealing damage like that, so Janos maybe didn't need to use it, but it was a good decision either way. Gordon has one of their own, however, and RMM needs to be really careful not to get hit by that rail like that. Clockwise looking for an opportunity to engage in with the blade here. Pretty telegraphed as the Immortality field comes through to try and deny it. Riptide moving very far away from the Immortality, though. Will be easy pickings from here on out, potentially. Clockwise ends up going down, so does Gordon. Trades on both sides. sides, actually. RMM had an opportunity for root there, didn't have it online, though, so that sound wave not going to get too much. Janos being pressured out right now by a Reddit Lucio in the backline. Needs to be super careful and tries to hit that railgun onto Grunt Footic, actually cleaned up by RMM, and now it's just the Lucios dueling it out on the point, duking it out against each other. They decide to disengage a little bit. Rov not confident in her abilities to really take that fight, and now it's Reborn that might be feeding a little bit, maybe. Nope, stays alive just barely. Para able to heal them up as Gordon gets a kill onto them, and actually, you know, both Genjis off the board, and the flip finally comes through, and I think that'll be the stabilization.
Goodness gracious, that was such a long fight there. RMM holding on for dear life during that Lucio battle, but as you noted, Revere, they were not able to survive just as long. So Lotus still looking pretty good, and same scenario we saw in map 1. Last fight territory here for both sides. So in terms of ult economy, Jupiter does have that window ready to go to help X-LOTL get enough damage, but the grabs are coming out first.
And that is perfect timing on the grab from Riptide, I have to say. Notices the immortality went down, so just lays down the grab, team kill, and I'd be surprised to see a touch here.
They're gonna try, definitely with that clockwise Genji, and I feel like the Sojourn has ability. We see Jupiter now on the Moira to try to do that, but as we tick into the final percentage point, it does not look like Rovera is gonna be able to make it in time, and she gets killed by a Para, just as a little bit of a BM there. But there you have it. Lotus coming back already. See, I told you this is gonna be a very close match.
Yep, it's going to be an absolute nail-biter, and listen, I mean, it wasn't anyone's match of the week, I suppose, right? Lotus, you know, lost last week against Storm, which, Storm are looking good, it is to be expected, and I think people are underestimating how good Lotus can be, especially with players like Riptide and Reborn, right? We've seen these two players really come into their own.
Exactly, and just another note to add on to that, they did manage to take a map off of Storm during their match. So even though they lost, they were still able to give them a run for their money in that specific moment.
Yep. And hopefully they can take more than a map here. Hopefully they can take a victory for them anyway. Is going to be a bit of a change in composition here. X-LOTL going to be playing the Reinhardt as before, but this time Riptide's on the Zarya. Now this should be able to put a lot more damage down onto Grunt Footic. Has a little bit less disruption ability, but a lot more protective of the teammates as well. So Lotus should be fine to take extended team fights here, I would say, as Grunt Footic not going to be so lucky in that regard. Shield almost goes down and very low on HP. Riptide just walks forward, nothing stopping them at this point. As Grunt goes down, Para traded out, Clockwise looking to be the X factor here, I suppose, no pun intended, as almost taking down Riptide here. Can he find it? Nope. Riptide gets the kill and will flip it over into their favor.
You manifested it into existence there. Riptide able, since he's on the Zarya, able to get more damage done. And that's exactly what Lotus kind of needs here to solidify themselves on the point. Because if you're able to just burn Grunt Footic's shield, like you mentioned too, like the disruption ability there for the X-LOTL is not as great.
Well, good disruptor shot there to cut off the rotation, actually, from Janos, and it does give opportunities now to put more damage onto Grunt Footic. I mean, look at the resources invested here from Jupiter. Immortality and Matrix just to keep Grunt Footic alive, and even then, Lotus, they're still looking decently healthy. Jupiter decides to put a stopper to that as Reborn ends up going down to some nice, you know, I guess, gunplay there from the Baptiste of all players, and yeah, just some cleanup here.
X-LOTL able to come back strong with the help of just gunplay from Baptiste, and as well as just other great pinpoints of team synergy there. X-LOTL kind of able to basically put their weaknesses aside. Like, for example, like I said, if Grunt Footic's shield goes down, they have no protection. So what do? They cancel that out with aggression. They kind of make sure Lotus is cleaned up quickly enough. But we look at their ult economy here. Lotus has a lot.
Yep, for sure. Grunt Footic, though, around the side, blocked up by Riptide. Great reaction time, and now Grunt Footic is in a spot of trouble. Such low HP. Rov ends up putting down a beat, though, and Clockwise is in, but doesn't get the effects of Rov's beat, so ends up just falling to Reborn, who gets the better end of that blade trade, and will end up flipping this over.
I like that blade trade was a rhyme, but it almost looked like Riptide had, like, jumped over Grunt Footic's shatter. That was kind of a funny point of view for me, but that is kind of unfortunate for X-LOTL there, both Clockwise and Grunt Footic using those ultimates, trying to make sure something happens. Same with the beat from Rivera, but Lotus able to dodge all those effects, and they did end up using 5 out of their 5 ultimates for this bit of cleanup here, but you might start to wonder if that was a little bit of an overcommitment, especially since we're not exactly in that last fight territory just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus must be confident they can build up these ultimates pretty quickly, right? But X-LOTL, they've got Godden's Overclock, they've got Duper's Amp Matrix. Those two, separately or comboed, could be deadly.
Definitely so. We'll have to see if that execution can be there. Right now, we see X-LOTL getting ready to do a right side rotational push. Lotus kind of gotta wait for them to get to the point before anything can start happening.
Yep, you need that close range gameplay here for Riptide to be able to put down that beam energy and put it to use. Godden here, around the side, looks for Reborn, takes that duel very confidently, actually, supported by Rov, does get that trade through, but Godden falls for it, and I think X-LOTL are worse off here, because that overclock was completely wasted. Gruntfootic, though, still puts down the Shatter, great immortality field placed there to keep Riptide alive, not for long, though. Janos now has to be the X-Factor to try and take down Duper. It's not going to be much more than that, though, as Gruntfootic just swings into the backline completely uncontested. Janos is here, does manage to get a, assist on a kill onto Clockwise, but Reborn maybe, okay, I was about to say Genji's can't 1v5 in Overwatch 2, maybe looking decent in terms of that, as Riptide just returns and is looking to recontest.
I don't know, Riptide might be kind of staggering here, but it does look like RMM is there to support, but yeah, finally backing up. Smart decision, you don't want to be caught out in that stagger, that'll be detrimental there for Lotus's next push, but X-LOTL slowly ticking up with their percentage points, and we have the beat online thanks to Robert. Gonna be very important when she decides to use this, judging by the beat.
Oh no! That's an Ajax! It's been 0 days since the last one, baby, and Reborn is tearing them up. 3k coming through there, and that's exactly what Lotus ordered. Using one DPS ult to force out the beat, Ajaxing it, and then Reborn slices the rest of them up. This will be the flip, this will be the cap, and there we go, Lotus take the first map.
Yeah, Reborn was like, no, not now. No beat. Only Blade. Oh gosh, the other B-word ultimate. That was fun. That was very, very nice there from Lotus. Very, very fun type of flip, I must say. But if you're the side of X-LOTL, I wouldn't feel too bad about this loss. I know, obviously, it's like, I got my ult canceled, grr, but like, looking back on this map, like, obviously we've been saying the same thing over and over, but it's pretty close. Like, it's not like X-LOTL just got their, like, butts handed to them. Like, they fought pretty hard.
They really did, and I think all of that is a lot down to Gruntfootic, putting down a lot of work on that Reinhardt on both of the points that he played it, and then for the one that he didn't, it was sort of that Zarya mirror. Lotus ended up obviously winning that. But at the end of the day, pretty close game so far. I don't think the score below us right now is indicative of really how close that was. I would have called that a draw in any other world where that Ajax doesn't happen. So, yeah, looking pretty solid here for Lotus, though, right? We were kind of being a Debbie Downer on them going into this game, saying, oh, they might be the underdogs, and maybe your prediction could come true.
Who knows? I know what else is coming true coming into this next map. We have some substitutions. It looks like Georgie Boy is going to come in for the side of X-LOTL, and then we see that Chimorin is also going to be coming in for Garden. So a little bit of swaps here from X-LOTL, which kind of segues into the what do X-LOTL change to put themselves over the top coming into Route 66.
Yeah, for sure. I think X-LOTL putting in Georgie Boy here points to a little bit less Reinhardt, probably, as that's what Gruntfootic, I'm assuming, would be the specialist for, seeing as Grunt was in on the poll. Georgie is apparently in for someone called Will, which I'm assuming is Gruntfootic, just the first name, I guess, but Chim for Garden as well, right? Chim was a beast in the match against Kitsune Blossom, and I think if there's any way to make a reverse sweep happen, it's to sub in Chim, because Chim was putting up some good numbers, I have to say, against my team, unfortunately to say, and yeah, I think that could be, again, I've used this pun 3 times now, but the X Factor.
I like it. And one more substitution we see now on the side of Lotus. We're actually going to get Luca coming in on the support in exchange for RMM. And X-LOTL's going to be starting out on the defense here. So basically, Lotus wants to modify their attack just a bit.
Yep, looks like it. Is Lotus going to be... I mean, attacking first on route is never easy, but I don't think they've got anything up their sleeve. I don't think they've got anything massive, like, brewing up here. Don't think they're cooking anything up. I think it is literally just let's sub in our mandatory substitution player of Luca, because, I mean, there is that rule where you have to sub in your players. You know, it is a rule. And perhaps that's also why we're seeing Georgia come in for Grunt Fuddock. We don't know. It's all theory at this point until we actually see them play in game. But Route 66, you can see a lot more flexibility in compositions as well. Could point to something there.
I definitely agree. I know a lot of people say Route 66 has that ability for those longer sight lines for like snipers. And so looking again at the substitutions, like Chimoran coming in for Garden, you could probably speak on this more since I did play against your team, but I don't know, maybe Chimoran is more of that long-range DPS specialist.
I mean, Chimoran was just playing the Sojin. That was what everyone was playing week 1. That was what everyone assumed was meta, and that is what remains to this day meta. I mean, you know, last map, I don't think we saw much, you know, gameplay that wasn't Sojin. I think we had a Tracer swap towards the end to try and touch the point, but at the end of the day, Sojin is meta, and for very good reason. It's Widowmaker, but on steroids, so I think Chim will be tearing it up on that. And naturally as well, I mean, we've seen these Genjis tearing things up, right? Chim and Clockwise, I think are going to be a very dynamic duo here.
I'm excited to see that synergy coming out here because, like I said, obviously since X-LOTL just lost that map, they want to modify in order to come out on top. So I'm eager to see how that is going to help them here. So we're waiting just a little bit longer to make sure everyone is up and ready to go. And looking at the map set, if X-LOTL does manage to come back on Route 66, we will be headed over to New Queen Street, which is, of course, our push map. And I kind of mentioned this like yesterday, where arguably, control and push are similar in the fact where it's almost like a tug-of-war between a central either point or robot. So I wonder, if X-LOTL wins Route 66, are they also going to be able to win New Queen Street since they just lost on a very similar game mode?
Yeah, for sure, and there's actually something really funny to note about the game modes we're playing here. It's control, escort, push, which means that basically it is impossible to get a draw, so that King's Row at the end, we're practically not going to see it. That is unless we get 2 full holds or 2 stops at a checkpoint at the same time, same spot from both teams. So, listen, I don't think we're going to be seeing the draw here, and I think we won't be seeing King's Row. Unfortunately, it is a favourite of mine, but yeah, like you say, very similar game modes we've got for the first 3 here, right? They're undrawable game modes. The control and the push are very similar. You start on even playing field. This is the one where it's like really uneven, and that's why we see X-LOTL, I think, choosing the defense here.
And I think that is really smart of them to do, because obviously, they want to put themselves in the best possible scenario, and they feel confident enough to run essentially what they've been running, but hopefully this composition is more favorable on that defensive position.
We'll see. I mean, it doesn't look like anything special. It looks like the exact same stuff as usual. I thought we'd see some Winston play, some D.Va play potentially with, you know, Georgia Boy coming in, but no. It is all Zarya, all Sojin, all Genji, and of course the Bat Blue Show as per usual. And I want to see how Reborn matches up against Clockwise when there's a whole different hit scan on the opposing side, right? Chim could play a lot differently to try and help Clockwise out.
This is going to be really crucial for that to happen because, yeah, Chim coming in here, Clockwise definitely going to have to kind of adjust a little bit, having been playing with another DPS. But so far, no one's fallen quite yet, only Immortality Fields on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it was close there. Clockwise was on about a sliver of HP and actually ends up falling here to Para, who again hits those shots. You know, Para hits those. And at the end of the day, I mean, we saw it last map from Lotus. Playing around Para is kind of like this really consistent support. I think is something we've got to know.
That is definitely true. It's not something you see often. You almost hear it as, oh, the supports are playing around the DPS to make them shine. But the fact that they're playing around that support basically shows that there's so much trust going into this Para-Luca support line here, knowing they can both do heals and enough damage to make things matter.
Yeah, and obviously Chim gets the first pick onto Janos here, but obviously to develop that point, I mean, support is much more of a playmaking role nowadays, and you can see it there. Boom. Right there. Great boop onto Riptide, forces them away from the high ground, and right now, that gives, you know, the high ground all the way over to X-LOTL, and while Lotus are going to push the payload here, push the low ground, that beat from Rov now allows them to go aggressive off of that high ground, start pushing into Lotus, who, you know, they're not actually bleeding too much. Reborn does go down, and I think that merits a disengage, but they're going to keep fighting it.
It's funny because Reborn, they're trying to deflect the Zarya beam, but Graf coming in here so far, like you said, still fighting here. Finally, it looks like Lotus is going to start backing off. X-LOTL having a successful defense, but maybe not.
Yeah, clean shots. Janos, it just hits 2. Again, I mean, these DPS doing a lot of work, partly because of the hero, partly because of their skill. Is talking about skill, Clockwise trying to get into the backline with the blade, finds Janos, looking for Reborn as well, can't quite slice and dice their way through, and again, it's Para to shut down the Genji mid-blade, and we keep talking about Para as this really consistent support, but right now, we got to focus on Reborn, shuts down Chimorin's overclock. That is perfectly timed.
That's another, I don't know if that counts as another Ajax there, but
yeah.
I liked it. All these Genjis shutting down the others' ultimates. That's just, I feel like actually that might be Reborn's second shutdown, because I believe they shut down Rovera's beat in Nepal. So kudos to Reborn, playing the Genji right.
Yeah, I mean, Reborn's cancelling as many ultimates as a D.Va would, so maybe, you know, we're not getting the D.Va play, but close enough is okay, yeah. I'm not sure if many D.Va players, Genji players, I can say they do int a lot in my comp games, but enough of that. We got a team fight here, and actually it's not a team fight, they're fully disengaged, so...
You blink and you miss it. Lotus, though, making sure they don't have any staggers. So that was a pretty well-timed disengage on their part. And we see that Para does have that Amp Matrix ready to go. So in theory, Lotus will want to kind of group together in this next engagement to get the most out of that. We see Clockwise trying to poke and get almost punished.
Well, Para puts up the Amp Matrix looking to shoot through it and find some kills, but X-LOTL don't care. They hide behind that low ground next to the payload and say, you know what, we're on defense, come to us, fight us, and that's exactly what Lotus are going to do now. They get control of these high grounds, they get control of this concave surround, and they have a lot of positional advantage here. Can they follow up on it? That is the question. Riptide obviously has dropped to the low ground, looking to put that damage in, dive into the backline here from Clockwise, such low HP, will be finished off, and again, it's another great punish from one of these hit scans, right? It's always Janos or Para, it feels like, to shut down these backline dives from the Genji, and yet still, X-LOTL fight through it. Maybe not for long though, as Jupiter and Rov go down.
I really love the way that Lotus took that fight, because like you noted, like there was really 2 central outlets to keep that Genji in check, and I was noting this yesterday during some matches, saying that one team lost because they weren't really able to keep the Genji in check and they kept getting into the backline. So the fact that Lotus is able to handle that so well makes X-LOTL have to be a little bit nervous here, because so far, considering that they haven't really swapped their composition, they're really sticking to this Genji pick, even though it's not working all the well.
I mean, you kind of have to, though, right? The Trace is basically just a tickle bot, right? There's no other choice. Even though Janos is hitting shots like that, you gotta stay on the Genji. There's another one there. You know, bit of a shooting range, I suppose, there for Janos, as the Graviton Surge was laid down. Maybe a bit of an over-investment, considering that first pick, but can't blame Riptide. It's insurance.
Gosh, that overclock there essentially proves the point you were saying earlier about how meta Sojourn can be, because just that power in that ultimate combined with like that aim able to get rid of whoever needs to be dealt with so quickly is just really gonna be a game changer in a lot of these fight situations. But X-LOTL has some game changers available right now. We see Clockwise, Chimorin, and Georgie Boy all have their ultimates ready to go.
Yep, for sure, and it's about how they use them, because Luca could have a really well-timed beat, but nope, never mind, Riptide goes down. I don't think they should invest, but Lotus still do, in the face of a blade and a grab. Clockwise falls, but yeah, Lotus, I'm not sure about that beat. I get the idea, but you'd already lost Zarya.
I feel like it may have been just a spatial unawareness, because I felt like Luca thought that there was a lot more people that he could save with that beat.
Yeah.
So, like you said, like in theory it could work, but in real execution, you gotta kind of be careful about kind of spatial awareness, like I noted.
Well, talk about spatial awareness, but there's an Amp Matrix, so everyone on X-LOTL clears away and is very aware of that threat. As, you know, right now, Reborn in the back line. Okay. Looking for a blade, but maybe messed up the dash a little bit there. Not sure. Either way, Luke and Riptide have gone down, so I don't think Reborn's going to be clutching this anytime soon. And yeah, to answer that, yeah, the Amp Matrix does move on the payload.
I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. A nice tool, to be honest with you. Because in all seriousness, when you're pushing, you could stay behind that payload for extra protection, yet still shoot through that amp matrix. So if you're a Baptiste, maybe that's the play you want to make. But speaking of making plays, X-LOTL still have ultimates they're able to use to make these plays in the last minute of the match. Lotus doesn't have anything just yet. We see that Janos is almost there to another overclock. We're gonna want to stay alive long enough for that to happen.
Yep, we need Janos to stay alive here, and it's a big threat, of course, against the enemy railguns, as Clockwise looks to deflect one of them. Not quite going to be able to get that kill, as they end up falling for their aggression. Both Genjis now off the board, so it's all about the mechanical skill here, and Riptide has a lot of that, just mowing down the backline. That high ground perch was so effective for both Para and Riptide, who are just tearing up the opposition.
Era, just being both the extra DPS as well as the support. We've said it before, but just that gameplay, it just makes us want to reiterate it again and again. Lotus has that advantage here of essentially having that third DPS, but coming into these last 5 seconds, X-LOTL's gonna throw everything they've got here.
Oh, indeed they are, and that beat might have been a little bit too early. Right out of the spawn door, so Chim and Clockwise both fall. Riptide with some good tracking here. Like we were saying, Riptide, pretty mechanically good tank, and will end up helping Lotus get that cap through. So it's a full cap on Route 66, which is quite impressive for the modern standards nowadays. But X-LOTL there, you have to say that maybe there was a bit of a mistake in using that beat so early.
Those kinds of mistakes can cost you so much, and like I feel like, kind of like what I was talking about with Luca, I felt like there was just like that assumption where the beat would either like last long enough or there was enough people to get that effect to get the kills quicker. But yeah, that kind of miscommunication, misassumption there, really gonna not spell out any victorious words for X-LOTL, but they have the opportunity to learn from their mistake here on this defense here, making sure that Lotus doesn't have, hang on, did they switch?
Yeah. Okay. So X-LOTL is now attacking, yes.
Okay, I had to adjust my brain there for a second, but okay, X-LOTL taking their attack now, they're gonna be able to take their attack, think about it, translate it, do better.
For sure. And like you say, it's that translation. It's the translation from theory into execution. As we got a nice little bike POV there, nice little cave-in POV. Loving these angles. And yeah, I feel like a lot of the issues for both of these squads has been the beats, right? Rov, Luca, and RMM have all had some quite interesting beats. And I think the timing on those is really hard to get right. As a main support player myself, here and there, yeah, it's tricky as a loose show. But hopefully, X-LOTL can clean up that gameplay a little bit, and hopefully time those a little bit better to get these sustained team fights.
And I think that they're going to be able to do that just fine here so far. They're kind of making sure that Lotus, they're picking off, trying to get some poke damage here we see on the high ground. Lotus still standing strong though, but it looks like Georgie Boy wants to take the aggressive push.
Yeah, looking to rocket jump up to the high ground, right? Looking like TF2 at the minute with the rocket jumps. But Rov finds the first kill onto Janos there, so might not have incredible sound barriers, but certainly has good sound waves going right now. As removing that Sojourn is very important. We talk about that Sojourn as like a really good damage dealer in the meta because of that mobility that she has alongside the one-shots. And getting rid of Janos was, I think, really important in this team fight. Naturally, still got to finish it off, but it does look like it'll go in X-LOTL's favor.
I think that X-LOTL's aggression there was exactly what they needed to change in terms of making sure that Lotus was caught off guard as much as possible. Because in all honesty, I don't think that Lotus was really expecting, kind of like I said with the Georgie Boy Zarya all the way up there, everyone just bombarding them at once. So it looks like this might be a pretty clean cap here for X-LOTL. I don't think Lotus has enough people to come and do a proper recontest.
Yeah, and I want to point out some individual matchups here. Georgie Boy has so much more grab charge than Riptide does. Speaking of Riptide, just blitzes it in there, looking to get into the back line, but maybe just baiting out for a little bit more time, I suppose. A couple more seconds gained from that, but a lot of ult charge fed.
It looks like there, Jupiter kind of learned from her counterpart there, getting the kills needed to solidify X-LOTL's push. Para shaking in his boots right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, potentially, right? Lotus, they lose that first point relatively quickly, and X-LOTL now get all this high ground control, and like you say, Dupiter, alongside the rest of the squad of X-LOTL here, potentially that Sojin as well, right? Chimorin with this, this railgun, yep, hits one into Janos, gets to use these long-range sightlines to such an advantage. Reborn still trying to take a 1v3 up on the high ground, as Lotus do tell Reborn, please stop feeding, back up, we need you. And yep, exactly that happens, as this will be a big press Q fight, maybe, if Reborn doesn't get a pick like that. Clockwise falls early as the beats come through from both squads. Just a lot of ultimates across the board, both grabs invested as well. Just keeps everyone from X-LOTL apprehended. Riptide with a later grab, perfect timing on that, and Janos, that disruptor shot was just clean.
Clean indeed. Janos getting that easy 3K, taking measures into his own hands. X-LOTL now have to figure out a different strategy here. Both DPS ultimates are online, but in terms of any sort of defensive support ultimate, not even in the 10% range. So Lotus, if they want to pick off the supports, they have all the capability to do so.
Well, X-LOTL here, they've got to play aggressive and do something to seize this high ground, because at the minute they're bunched up at the bottom of that garage, and Lotus are happy to just play like this. They love this high ground, especially Riptide, who gets to beam them all down. Chimorin out of position, gets found right now, so it's all up to Clockwise in the back. Very tricky for them here, as Janos will end up dealing the brunt of that damage. Luca finishes the kill. Georgie Boy taking a duel against Riptide, and will find that kill now. Georgie Boy, he has the high ground control, and drops off it for a little bit here just to find Luca. Georgie Boy, I think, was the MVP of this team fight for sure.
Definitely getting those kills, like the one on Luca, is kind of huge, because now Lotus have lost their primary mode of mobility, but Reborn and Para don't care.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally what I have to say. They just don't care that Georgie Boy's on the low ground, beaming down their entire squads. So yeah, good stabilization there, I feel.
I like how they were able to still survive after that, because like I said, there was technically a win condition there with losing that mobility thanks to Luca, but they were still able to stand strong and regain the high ground. So Lotus is now kind of learning, I don't know if they're learning from their mistakes since they had a pretty good push, but as almost if they're capitalizing on their strengths. How about that?
Yep, for sure. Oh, well, speaking of capitalizing on strengths, we were talking about Chimorin. Hits that shot. Love that. Janos goes down. Bit of a Sojin diff. Right now, though, Art Matrix from Para, as we know, very big playmaker. As he's giving me a blade in the back line. Reborn gets no support. No Zari bubbles, not in line of sight. Can't get an immortality even from Para, who's just on the other side of the map. And those mistakes do cost Lotus.
Tell if that was a lack of communication or if Reborn kind of just bit off more that they could chew there. But yeah, X-LOTL, as you noted, looking good right now, both in terms of push and ult economy. Now we see that both of those supports have gained those ultimates necessary, as well as Georgie Boy holding on to that Graviton Surge, able to make a play here. It's all going to come down to it here in the sense that X-LOTL needs to use these ultimates wisely, make sure that Lotus doesn't successfully bait them out.
Yeah, Lotus, I mean, they're worse on the ult economy, so they've got to try and bait these ults out from X-LOTL and make him overcommit. They can do just that with his high ground control, right? Grav comes through, of course, but the immortality field will save them temporarily. Great time beat from Luca as well. Not layering that with the immortality, but using it in tandem, as now the Grav in response from Riptide finds a few, and actually, Janos finds Jupiter. That's a healing gone, but X-LOTL, they still stay strong. It's still Janos in the kill feed, trying to clutch up here for Lotus, has found 2 railgun shots in the team fight, and the rest of the work is done by Riptide. Will sacrifice his life towards the end, but it's worth it for the cause.
Lotus was the one that was able to hold on strong there. X-LOTL was fighting for a little bit longer than we thought, but Lotus was able to get it done. Clockwise coming here with a blade, wanting to try to regain that territory being lost right now by the reverse of the payload. We'll see if that can happen.
We will see. Janos here really needs to hit some shots with this overclock. Still going quite aggressive with it, though. We can see Rov just barely juking their way around it. Finally will get shut down, as now the blade's in here from Clockwise, and that will be a double slash plus an extra one there onto Luca as well. And we're heading into pretty much last fight territory here.
That was a pretty clean blade, like just butter knifing it there with that insta 2K. Now Clockwise might be wanting to kind of hide here. Ooh, sneaky Genji.
Yep, and probably just wanting to pester the backline a little bit without that threat of A lot of damage coming through, but Chimorin finding Janos. Oh, that's going to be risky here now. As Reborn deflects that shot. Yep, love it. Yep. Awesome stuff there coming through, and Reborn's been doing a lot of ultimate cancelling and ultimate work this game as well. We see it there. The ultimate gets pulled out, the blade finds 2 with it, and Lotus stabilized, so now we are in true one-fight territory.
Not sure about that grab there. I feel like exactly what I was warning against happened. Like, I felt like Georgie Boy was almost baited into committing that graviton there. But speaking of which, Riptide now has a graviton surge of his own, so Lotus on the defense looking better in terms of ult economy.
Oh, I mean, they're exponentially better. What do you do against this grab if you're X-LOTL? You have to burst down Riptide here, or at least try and deflect it, but it's not going to happen there, as now everyone's caught in it. X-LOTL, I mean, Rov will go down first, everyone else is going to follow it, and unless Chimorin can hide, which probably won't happen. Nope, Riptide cleans it up. Yeah, not going to be a touch here. I think that is pretty much it. You'll try and get a touch from Rov, not going to be there in time, and it looks like Lotus will end up copying the map and the series.
Yay, my pred was right. We love the underdogs. But I'm glad that Lotus was able to get themselves out of that losing slump, because I've kind of said this before. I didn't want to sound too biased in the beginning, but personally I feel like the incentive of wanting to get out of a lose streak is strong, more like emotion involved in wanting to get out of that.
Yeah, for sure. And you were lagging a bit there, MFG. That's your your college Wi-Fi acting up a little bit, but I'm really glad Lotus got the victory here. Naturally, it doesn't really help me in terms of my predictions, which have mostly been wrong, especially my power rankings. Those were cursed, but yeah, excellent. They take the L today.
Your team being avenged. Your team is avenged.
My team is avenged, yes. Thank you, Lotus, thank you. Much appreciated there. But overall, I mean, Lotus take that victory, I feel like mostly off of the back of, I want to say either Reborn or Para. I don't know if we're deciding player of the match or if production behind the scenes is, but my personal player of the match is Paracelsus.
I have to agree with you, because although Reborn did do a lot there on the Genji, I felt like it wasn't anything new. Like, I don't want to discredit it, but it's like, oh yeah, DPS normally do get a lot of those great kills, and we gotta talk about that Ajax there, of course. That there's 2 Ajaxes apparently. Yeah. But I just feel like Paracelsus also just put in so much work plus stuff. Like, again, making sure that the team is alive for all those team fights, as well as getting those pickoffs.
Yeah, I do want to cast your mind back as well to the first map, right? I'm not sure if it was a shot call from Para particularly, but right on the Pole Village, ends up misplacing that amplification matrix, right? But then instead of just saying, okay, that's a wasted amp matrix, tells Riptide to just go in, disrupt, use that javelin spin, and just push aggressively into the amp matrix, and that's exactly what happened. It was just great synergy overall. At the end of the day, I mean, Riptide was putting up great numbers on both the Zarya, the Orisa as well. I feel like everyone here on Lotus really contributed, but big ones I think are Reborn, Paracelsus. Paracelsus would be my MVP though, my GOAT. Okay, apparently Riptide is our player of the match.
Well, you kind of said it. Riptide doing a lot.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Again, I can't make as much of a case for Riptide because I was personally thinking Para or Reborn. But to be fair, it was so closely contested between all the players of Lotus that I think we could just say everyone gets MVP. Is there like an everyone button? Do we have that?
Participation awards, but I do feel like Riptide did do a lot on the Zarya. I feel like there was like a Zarya diff there for Riptide, and I felt like that he was able to do a lot of that beam damage that opened up a lot of room for Para and Reborn to get things done.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Riptide, you know, if Riptide wasn't playing very aggressively and wasn't using those bubbles well to keep Para alive in a lot of situations, I don't think Para actually hits those shots. I don't think Para is alive for the immortalities, the amplification matrices, and a lot of the time Para was also lapping Dupiter in terms of the amp matrices, so yeah, pretty solid gameplay overall, I think, from Riptide, from Para, from Reborn. And we are going to be getting an interview with some of these players we've just talked about. So we've got RMM and it looks like Paracelsus coming in here. So welcome you lot. Oh, and we got Mango and we got Reborn. A lot of players here. Hello.
Yo, that's an imposter.
Who's an imposter?
It's Luca. Luca's the imposter. He's
Luca out of here. Get this guy
Wait,
out of here.
Luca's the imposter? Nah,
Get this
no
guy
way.
out of here.
Get out of here. Get out of
We
here.
don't like you, Luca. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
hold on. We spent this entire week hyping up RMM. So RMM, talk your shit.
I'm gonna let my fucking nuts hang here. I'm gonna be honest.
All right.
I saw them people predicting us to lose this game. Even the 2-1. You know, I'm like, no, sir, I'm not gonna take that. We're gonna come in here 2-0 this team, just cash money, get this done.
Yeah,
I'm
let
gonna
it
watch
hang,
the Charlotte
baby.
Hornets. You know, I'm kinda nice with it. You know, Reborn's pretty nice with it. Luca's not nice with it. He kind of blows.
Oh no, that got trash.
But yeah, you know, we're kind of great. I want to say I don't think we're gonna drop another game this season because we're kind of good.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right, Bossman. Yeah, let him hang, baby. Woo!
Well,
Okay.
well, I will have to go back a little bit. I don't mean to humble you, but this leads into a question. You say you're not going to drop another map. You're going to keep winning. You did lose in the first. But no, the question was, what did you change? What did you change besides Janos? What else did you change?
We had Janos. That's it.
Big Y came in, and then he, you know, like his nuts are bigger than the rest of ours, so they hang a little lower.
But on a serious note, Para kind of made us. Para really made sure that our team play got a lot better, and I think that's a big reason.
I basically I started sending them Nataro W videos, and I'm like, yo, you should watch this, because like I got like indoctrinated by Guac on 6-piece last season. Like, yeah, 6-piece was kind of poo poo, but like I spent a lot of time learning under him, and so a lot of this stuff, like I'm trying to get this team on, and like I know Riptide's player of the match. I want to give a massive fucking shout out to that guy. Coming into the week and coming in before these last couple of scrim blocks between our last game and this one, like, there were a couple things, like, I noticed with his play, and throughout the week, and particularly, like, we did a scrim the other day, and it was, like, a 3-hour block, and between the start and the end of the block, I would say that guy leveled up. He, like, evolved. He was, like, a little puny, like, Larvitar, and now he's, like, the big Tyranitar. Like, that guy's the GOAT now. So, like, massive ups to them, massive ups for my whole team. But, yeah, we've definitely been improving, and it's only up from here, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty nice to hear, to be honest. After you know that week 1 loss, I mean it is Storm, right? Which I feel like honestly, at the start of this cast, I was like, you know, I had the narrative like X-LOTL and Storm could be rivals. I think you and Storm are now the rivals, right? Because you put up a just incredible performance today. I mean it was close. You got to give some props to X-LOTL, but I mean to put it in your words, you let your nuts hang.
Yeah.
League 0 rivalry.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what kind of beef RMM got with these guys, but they got something.
I have no beef with them.
He has beef with Tanic B, that's what's up.
Oh, Tanic B?
Wait,
no, it's
I
not
hate that guy.
Yeah, no, it's like, Tanic B and Reborn are like arch nemesis, right? They're like, they're like Mario and Luigi, but if they hated each other.
Storm.
Yes, Tanic B's on Storm, so,
okay.
Like, Reborn and Tanic B have a lot of beef, and like, I don't know, whenever they're in the same call together, everything devolves. So, like...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'm gonna go ahead and wish you guys a congratulations and send you on your merry way. Thanks again for joining us.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Lotus.
Union.
Yeah, I love Lotus.
Shout out to Union. Unionize the C League.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
You later. Well, in terms of this match, we are going to call it quits at the end, but don't go anywhere yet. There is going to be more fun coming your way, both on the A stream and the B stream. In fact, both are going to be active in this next hour rotation, so be sure to stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bad Pachimari League Season 4. I was about to say Week 4, not quite that far in. Week 2, Day 3. It's going to be a pretty good game we got here. I am joined by Ageless and Newbie, the classic casting duo. Love to have you on. How you feeling?
Good. Excited to see what we have in store for this next match between Inferno and Old School But Cool. Gonna go one of two ways. It's either going to be really good or really bad, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite... I mean, to put it the way I just put it, it's going to be a gigabanger or a toilet bowl. And Ageless, do you want to explain why for us?
Yeah, so both these teams came out with some pretty high expectations, I want to say, for their first games, and both just kind of dropped the ball a little bit. I think... Toasty, you were saying as well that it's, you know, they weren't expected to lose these matches, so it was a little bit of a surprise. And it's, are they going to come out to play here? Inferno did pick up one map, as you can see here, but yeah, will they come out to play, or are we going to see kind of some repeats of their previous matches?
Yeah, and I think that's a question we're really going to answer today, I suppose, because it's just two games they really shouldn't have lost, and I think a big reason, the rosters we're seeing here, right? I don't know how much you two have been sort of involved in BPL in the past, but I'm sure you recognize names like Chasey, Ahi, Paul, Guac, Bolton Cake. These are all massive names. They shouldn't disappoint, but it's if the teams want to win. If there's really any sort of prediction we're going with here, I know you didn't really have much to go off of. What are you two thinking?
Personally, I'm leaning towards Old School but Cool for this one, only because Inferno lost their first match as well to CMI, and then CMI got absolutely rolled on Friday by Mechanical Brain. So I'm gonna pick Old School but Cool this time around. So let's hope my terrible preds don't come true once again, because I never get these right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because of that, I'm going to go with Inferno. Newbeat has a history of preds on BPL. I'm going to bet against them for my own sake. I also think Inferno picking up a map, they tasted a little bit of victory there, so they might come out swinging a little bit harder, maybe a little hungrier.
Oh yeah, and I can tell you after casting that game, of course, and seeing it in real time, it was a bit of a comeback, right, on that New Queen Street map that the Inferno actually won, because they were down like 0 to 80 on push, and it was just an incredible comeback. So Inferno have a good mental, I will say that. Obviously, my prediction will be Inferno. You weren't able to see it there because my prediction was still on X-LOTL from last game, which was also a banger. I don't know, were you two watching it at all? No?
I missed that one.
You missed it? Okay.
I was watching a little bit. It was a fun match for sure.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you in chat, for those of you, obviously you two that missed it as well, absolute banger. But yeah, so Inferno looking good in terms of our preds here. Now again, I'm not sure how much you know these players on both sides, but if you let's get some player picks, right? Who do you think we're gonna focus on during this game, really?
The person I'm looking at will be on the support line, because I'm hoping for Old School but Cool to pull this one out. I'm really looking at Paul. You already mentioned Paul a little bit earlier, but they should be a standout throughout this match. So that's somebody I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on.
Ageless?
Guac for me. I just think their tank play is super strong, and I think he's going to be able to pull it out.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Guac, obviously, Snowdown S-tier runner-up, so definitely no slouch on the tank line here. Also captains a few different teams here in BPL as well, not just Inferno, but the B-League team Ember as well, who I believe are also going to be playing later. I think we've already looked at the schedule today, but if we want to pull it up again, we got some more action coming pretty shortly as well, right? That Whiteout game, yeah, Whiteout versus Ember, that's going to be a big one. And that's obviously Guac's team, so should be fun to see Guac have to stress for 2 hours straight instead of just one. Could put a bit more strain on, but Guac will be focusing on this game, I think. So we've done predictions, we've done that sort of thing. Let's talk the specifics of Overwatch 2, right? You two, you've had your fair share of Overwatch 2 casting so far, I think. In terms of the metagame, how things have been changing, what are we thinking?
With the current meta we have right now, one thing to really watch out for are the Genji players. They can really turn a lot of these fights. The Sojourn as well, so DPS if you want to roll that up. But something I'm definitely going to be focusing in on through this match, and we saw it a lot in the last match as well, with the Genji players and how they were able to really influence the outcomes of a lot of the different team fights that happen. So it's really worth noting how the Genjis are playing on each side, and that should be indicative of how the team fights turn out.
Yeah, for sure, and obviously it's a massive change having like less CC, less off-tank play, right, to deal with that Genji. And something else to note here as well is the Zarya. Now, I don't know if we're going to see it as much, considering the map we're going to is Oasis here, but if we do end up seeing any sort of switch-ups from that Zarya, what do we think we're going to see here?
I think, you know, if we don't see a Zarya, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, to see some of the Orisa play. You know, there's some of the standout tanks that have just kind of been safe. I do think we're going to see a lot of Zarya, just the way the meta is going. You have these really powerful Genjis. What's really enabling them to have that sustain, especially with the absence of a lot of the CC, is these Zarya bubbles. And that is, you know, what's putting them in a position to really be able to stay in that backline. You don't have to be as hit and run. You can opt to use a couple more of your cooldowns, you know, play a little bit more aggressively when you have the safety of those bubbles. You know, there's 2 of them now. But, you know, we are going to be looking at, I think, still a lot of Zarya play, but you know, you never know. There's some comfort picks that might come out here to kind of turn the tide. I think we've probably seen the age of Junker Queen come to its brief end.
Thankfully.
So although, not Junker Queen, and probably not Winston is what I'll say.
Ageless, when I was casting on Friday, we did see Doomfist and the team running the Doom won a map. Yeah. So anything is possible.
Yeah.
Well, that feels bad for everyone.
It's funny as well, Newbie as well, right? Because in that same game, right, that's the CMI game again, we saw Dust not only play the Doomfist, but then the Reinhardt. And one thing we're playing here in our second map will be Rialto, right? So do we get to see some Reinhardt being played here? Guak could be good on it.
Yeah, it's especially that third point of Rialto. You know, you'll often see it on Numbody and King's Row as well. The map kind of drastically changes to kind of just like this hallway on some of these maps. So it wouldn't be super surprising to see some Reinhardt coming out there for me. But yeah, I'm not holding my breath for it, let's say.
Well, we've got a map set here, so we'll be seeing exactly what we're going to have during the series. Obviously, we've mentioned already a little bit about Oasis, a little bit about Rialto. Then we're going to a new map, Esperanza. What are we thinking about that?
Esperanza is really interesting. There's a lot of different pathways you can take to get to the objective. I think it plays a little bit more wide open than New Queen Street or Colosseo. So it'll be really interesting to see how these teams navigate the different paths you can take to get to the objective.
Yeah, it just feels better, to be honest, to play, and I think it plays better into the meta that we have. You know, being a little bit more open, having a little bit more space to work with. Colosseo kind of, it's no surprise to see the Junker Queen kind of compositions that did well in that meta on Colosseo, because it's built for it.
And with that, we are going to get right into this match here on Oasis. So we will see Toasty again in a little bit. Thanks so much, Toasty.
No problem.
It was fun chatting with you as we get ready to go into Oasis here. And off the start, we can see a Winston versus Diva on the tank stage.
I'm already wrong. Yeah, we're already getting a Winston out here. Both teams going for the high ground.
It is important to get control of this high ground early on in this map to facilitate the first cap coming through. And you can see, at least so far, Inferno are the lucky ones up top.
And both teams are maybe predicting some Winston play here. Reapers on both sides really trying to take advantage of how close quarters this can get around the center, and maybe for stall potential as well. It's so easy once you have control to keep control of this submap.
And Inferno's got a couple picks coming through already, with Crystal finishing off Dubu. And that is going to do it. The first cap is going to go to the team running the Winston. Inferno is off on the right foot.
Guak is going to have his work cut out for him here. He is on the Reaper. You can see already building up to that Death Blossom. A big difference here, though, is Dubu on the Genji. and Pyro on the Sojourn. So just a lot more poke damage is available here for Inferno.
You can see Guac trying to stay forward in this choke, holding down the main egress point onto the point, and with that, they are going to back up just a little bit here, give up some room to Old School but Cool, and allow them back in onto the point. He doing a ton of damage on this Reaper, and Pyro's already popped an overclock, and they're able to take down Kern, and that's a great start to this fight here, as now the DMAC comes through onto Chasey, and this is going to be Inferno cleaning up another fight. However, Old School is going to try and pull this back. They throw the Nano Boots in onto the Reaper, but with Ahi getting very low, they're going to get right back in. They've used the fade. Nice purple coming out there from Paul, and that's going to finish off Kairos on the other side. Ahi a bit of a terror right now on this Reaper. They built up to the Death Blossom, trying to get back closer onto the rest of the team, waiting for Similar to go down, and now the Death Blossom and the Self-Destruct come out. Trades coming through as Pyro and Paul both get one to block. Is back into the fray, and they are going to finally punish Paul, who got a couple eliminations in this last fight. But so far, Inferno has been able to hold on to the cap this whole time. It's so hard to flip here on City Center.
Yeah, we talked about how difficult it can be to turn this over. You're coming in with the Blade for Old School, but Cool here. But Inferno, 3 ultimates. You know, they have their Primal Rage. There's so many zoning ults available for them. This is their fight to lose.
It's going to be a rough one to walk into these ultimates. You can see Kairos right now has that Death Blossom of their own. Beat comes out maybe a little bit early here from Current. See how they fare in the end. Death Blossom coming in onto the point, and that is going to finish off Dugu. And now can the follow-up be there for Inferno to finish off the rest of this round to get it 100-0. You can see Kairos trying to track down Current on that Lucio. Unsuccessful so far, but Pyro's going to pop off, get 2 with the whale. Everybody's going to look out for Pyro because he is burning them down right now, and that's going to be overtime. Running away, and Inferno off to an extremely strong start.
Oh, this is really big. You can see just out of gas as they get to the end. They have to invest that beat pretty early, and it was a really nice Primal Rage towards the end that forced Paul, I think, into traffic. We just saw the kill feed just said that Paul died. But I think was perhaps forced into traffic by Guac with the Primal Rage. So just too many tools available. They're running a really aggressive composition here with the Lucio and the Kiriko. So, you know, no real burst healing here to speak of for them. They need these fights to be fast, and they're built to do it. Especially with Kiriko, you have that 3 times headshot damage. They're looking for very fast fights here.
So far, so good for Inferno. They were able to lock it down for that first round, and no changes in composition coming out this time around. We're going to see more of the same as both teams come to clash on the high ground, and Inferno's already able to pick 2 as Pyro and Guac are on the good side of the kill feed. And with that, they are going to run away with this fight, and the control point isn't even unlocked yet, and they've basically got a team one.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more difficult. The burst damage available from the Sojourn is kind of an antithesis to what Old School but Cool is looking for here. They're looking to draw these fights out a little bit. You can see with the Ana Lucio, there's a lot more sustain available. They're just trying to drag stuff out, poke things out, you know, trying to isolate someone here, and it just hasn't been working for them so far.
We'll see if the luck can turn for Old School but Cool in this next engagement as they're coming back in onto the point here. Not a lot happening so far. They have been able to get up onto the high ground this time around as Inferno has backed off a little bit. Now you see the teleport coming in from Kairos to get up onto top, and Guac was able to jump onto Paul and finish them off. That's a massive pick. A lot of healing gone now for Old School, and they are paying for it. They just can't sustain through the damage coming through. Guac creating the space with the Winston, and the rest of the team following up.
Yeah, it's been really clean here. We're seeing them, you know, I did like Old School but Cool going after the high ground a little bit more aggressively there. They need to dislodge Pyro. They've set up just such a nice anchor position, able to zone out so much with these, you know, the threat of that railgun. And if this is going to be it, you know, there's maybe 2 fights left for them. Old School but Cool need to turn this around and start accruing some of this cap percentage.
They are going to be walking into a lot of ultimates. Ultimates coming out on both sides for this time through, and the Kitsune Rush is already out. to start us off in this fight. And now we got a Death Blossom coming down, and that's going to get rid of a heat. So the Tracer coming through, Old School, but School has taken the lead just a little bit here. Now with Chasing Grandmaster getting in on the action. They are going to get the cleanup and hopefully get a capture in short order.
Really nice play there by Duba. You could see how much pressure that they were able to put down onto Pyro. And right away, as soon as that kind of like long-range neutral damage is out of the fight, things start coming together for Old School But Cool.
And now they have a lot of ultimates of their own coming online. In the ult economy, they are slightly ahead. However, Guap's able to get into the back, doing a great job of isolating that Ana and taking them down early on in the fight, which locks out that support coming through. And now the rest of Inferno are just collapsing on Old School But School. He coming out with a Death Blossom late, but that's only going to find Pyro. The flip has come through, and now Old School has to touch a point here, or they're going to lose this round.
They are going to get the touch here. Oh, just for a moment, though. Curvemaster.
Duba coming in with a blade, too. And the Susan comes out from the other side on Bolting Cake to keep their team immune to it just for a moment. Now getting very low. Dubu is going to have to back out a little bit, give some space. They're almost finishing off the Kuriko, but Crystal finishes them with a melee. And the kills coming through. Kairos able to come back in and scoop up another elimination. Chasing back on the Wrecking Ball, which is not a great sign. A little bit of desperation trying to get back in to touch. Currentmaster getting ripped down with the Pulse Pistol. Both teams going over to Stall Heroes to see who can hold on to the point, and it is going to be Inferno. They are going to take Oasis with a fine showing, 2-0.
Walk on this Winston, you know, I was a little surprised to see that Winston at first, but you can see exactly why, providing so much space for Pyro. I think being able to just punish the rotations was really key here for Pyro, and you can see they're able to take these off angles. They're able to isolate, you know, anyone who's trying to take an off angle on Inferno is just being instantly covered by Pyro on this Sojourn.
And with that, Agents, we have one map now in the books. Preds are right online. You and Toasty were bang on, at least so far. And the team I picked is down 1-0. So here's hoping Old School But Cool can come back. But after that first map, there was a lot of standout play coming from Inferno.
Yeah, it was huge. I feel like your Preds are kind of fit the Bad Pachimari brand, though. I think it's an important part of BP and BPL is to have the cursed predictions. But you're right. I think there was some real standout play there. I think the Winston ended up being a great choice for them. They were able to put a ton of pressure onto the opposing Genji. Guac, obviously a fantastic tank, so the positioning was there. But really what they came down to for me was Pyro. And having the space that they needed to work with, and being pretty much the only kind of like neutral damage hero, you know, in the lobby. You could argue that Kiriko has something similar, but that was also on Inferno. So being able to lock down those sight lines, being able to take that high ground kind of pretty much at will, it really paid dividends for them there. And I think if Old School But Cool wants to turn things around, they're going to need to put some more pressure onto Guac to keep him from creating all that space, and they're going to need to put some more pressure onto Pyro because it was a free-for-all.
Yes, and now with us going into our second map, Aegis, do you expect this to continue going forward? Are we going to see more of the same, or do you expect things to get shaken up a little bit?
We are going to be heading to Rialto. I don't think we're going to see a lot of difference here, to be honest. There are some really nice long sight lines available, especially on that first point. It wouldn't surprise me to see that Sojourn come back out alongside, you know, the Genji. I don't know if we'll see Winston on this, but you know, I said I didn't expect to see Winston on Oasis, and here we are. So
yeah, well, as we go on a nice little tour of the canals, we'll see what these teams want to come out with here. We got, it looks like Inferno coming out on the attack once again, I believe, as we're getting ready to go into Rialto here. And let's wait a moment. I said this the other day. You always want to wait a minute at the start of these maps to make sure you're not getting baited by what people seem to be picking. But there could be some some interesting plays up on the board here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot of changes. I was actually at Rialto last month. It's a beautiful place. Highly recommend. It's looks almost like exactly like this. Yeah, no one had any problems staying on the objective. Although I think the objective there was just like cafes. So different game.
Yeah, maybe that's what the payload needs to do, is also serve refreshments, and people will be more inclined to go on it. So as we can see, Inferno is coming out on the attack first, and the same tank matchup. We got the Winston versus Zarya once again. Walk sticking with that Winston, you can't blame him. It looked very strong first time around. Both teams also running the Reaper, so not seeing the hard meta that we've seen a lot this weekend with these teams running a bit of a varied comp.
You could see the peel that came in from the rest of Old School But Cool, though. Like everyone identifying what a problem Guac will be if left unchecked. Although they're still finding success that now force them off of the high ground here, at least around the corner, as it's looking a little scary here. But now Frozen has been subbed in and is on the Sojourn themselves.
That'll be a fun one to watch too. You can see one change that did happen. Paul has moved off the Ana onto the Kuriko as well, so a bit of mirror on the supports as both teams are running the Lucio Kuriko. And now Chasey is able to finally burn down Guac and finish them off. That's going to be tough for Inferno to keep taking space now that they've lost their tanks. So Mac Truck and the rest backing up now. Frozen's able to find a rail shot onto Kairos. And that will be a good start to the defense for Old School But Cool.
Yeah, nice stabilization here. You can see, shifting over, like, oh, okay, this composition, it's clearly working. We should do something, and it's working for Frozen. What a shot.
That's a dirty shot coming up from Frozen. And now this is going to let Old School But Cool get forward once again. Now he trying to get into the backline. Get a bit of an assassination going. They're helped out by the D-Matrix coming up from Chasey as well. And the dive works to perfection. Now the overclock is in here to seal the deal. Not too much happening. Inferno's going to have to back out once again as Frozen finds another head with the railgun. And this is looking picture perfect for the defense.
You're seeing why we saw so much Sojourn, pretty much all levels of play, besides the, like, oh, shiny new hero. It is, she's really strong. And you can see exactly why here. So kind of some different players, some different compositions here. And Frozen, getting a ton of value from the Sojourn.
Frozen has ice in their veins right now, just coming through and getting so many final blows on the Sojourn. Clearly that's what the Sojourn's there for, but you still have to hit the shots, and Frozen is not missing.
Yeah, this is big. So they are going to have beat available here, as well as Death Blossom. So both sides pretty much deadlocked. Chief's going to be coming up to their ultimate a little bit quicker, though, here. Already at 85%.
He teleport back to their tank so they can stay safe inside the warm embrace of Chasey's defense matrix. As right now, Inferno's just not able to find a good angle in onto this high ground without losing a lot of HP before they engage, and now they're coming back in, and now he's able to get one good Death Blossom. And with Chasey finishing off Chief as well, that's going to be two. Ahi is now unchecked into the backline and wreaking havoc, and now the clock has been burned down to 40 seconds, and Rialto is looking like a rough go right now for Inferno.
They're going to have some of the pieces that they'll need, I think, to finish this map out. This is going to be probably the last fight for them. They do have the Death Blossom, the overclock, the beat. So they have a good shot at this, but they're going to need to make that shot.
And now we're coming back in. Current's going to throw down the beat here early. It's only going to catch 3 out of the 5, and now we got the Death Blossom coming out from Kairos, which is going to rip apart Frozen. The threat of the Sojourn finally gone for Old School But Cool, and now Inferno can burst forward on the back of that Death Blossom, and the beat coming up from Mac Truck as well. That will be a one fight, and Old School But Cool could get another recontest before point A is capped.
They definitely can. They're going to Chasey is going to be coming up to the self-destruct too, which could be really key for zoning them off. The payload Guac has built up Primal Rage. They're going to need to use it now.
And that is going to be met by Frozen throwing out the railgun, doing a ton of damage. Can they find that last shot to burn down Guac? Guac trying to get away. Frozen actually gets them in the end. And Old School But Cool are on the point trying to contest this. They are up a member down with Guap going down and a lot of members from Inferno getting low. This could be the hold here, and it is Old School but cool. Holding point A here on Rialto, sets himself up with a very clear win condition, and we could be going to a map 3, Angels.
Oh, what a re-engage this is, and it really comes down to the threat of the overclock from Frozen. It can be a difficult place to make those shots, but at the same time, they didn't really need to. There was a Primal and Winston in their face, and it just came down like, okay, I'm just gonna burn down this raging scientist that's getting up in my grill, and then it provided enough damage to force Guac away from the payload. It's just not enough. Your tank's missing. You know, it is really difficult to make that push, especially in close quarters.
It was really fun to watch the interaction at the end of that map as well. And with that, we are going to now see Old School but Cool coming out on the attack. And they really have a pretty easy task ahead of them. When you know you're coming in, you just have to get that 1 point. It can really help the mental. And Frozen showing some Widow, probably looking for just an early pick, seeing if they can get lucky. And then I'd imagine with how they looked on the Sojourn on the defense, that's what they'll flip back to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, we'll probably see them poke out and make the swap back over. You know, we have seen it done once, you know, just now. So it's more than possible to get a hold on the first point of Rialto. So Inferno, it's going to have to be a real big one.
That's a good point, Aegis. If Inferno is somehow able to hold this here, then they win the map 2-0. So there is incentive to try with all their might to try and hold on to point A here, as Guac is trying to hold on to the high ground with everything they can, staying in onto that extra elevation. They have to worry about how he's coming in on that Reaper, though. Be a bit of a counter for a Winston. And now Chief's able to get a railgun kill onto Frozen, so Chief showing up earlier in this round, and with that, Inferno has a bit of a numbers advantage, and now they are pushing that advantage forward. Mack Truck able to get the Soundwave kill on the Kernmaster, and there is going to be a disengage from Old School. They're going to back up and re-rack.
They did get quite a bit of push, though, so they made it around that second corner. You can see the cart starting to move backwards. Chasey does not want that to happen, and Frozen already putting more pressure on that high ground.
And will this be the time they break through? Frozen getting that railgun charged up, not able to find a target quite yet, as all he's trying to push forward on this Reaper and buy a little bit of space for the rest of their team. Disruptor shots coming out from both sides, and now you can see once again the fight happening on this corner. Both teams more interested in prioritizing the high ground over the objective right now, which makes sense. And now we got the rush coming out from Paul. They're going to push forward. That cooldown reduction is key, and it's working for them. Frozen's able to find one with the rail as they get revenge in on Chief. And now both teams are finally coalescing on the low ground on this objective. And Kernmaster is able to finish off Kairos. That could be the door opening now for Old School, as they are getting in on the front foot as Guap throws down the Primal Rage, but it's not going to be enough to keep them alive. And now it's tricky for Inferno with these staggers coming through as all he gets into the back. They have to contest this point very quickly as it's getting close to the golden box of victory. We got the bomb coming in over the top. That's not really going to find anything here. And Kairos is going to pop that ultimate right away, and they get burned down almost instantly. That one's gonna hurt, and now we can see the death box coming in on the other side from Ani, and that's going to force a slight back up from Inferno as they are trying to hold on to this point. They can't let it go any further, only 0.55 meters left to go, as this contesting has to keep happening now for the defenders, trying to burn down Chasey, and they do get Chasey out of the mech, which is absolutely gargantuan.
Yeah, this is big, and yeah, Kairos has come back on the Sombra, just trying to put some extra pressure and maybe to try and slow everything down a little bit. Oh, that's a big pick, though.
Paul absolutely massive with a headshot in on the Chief, and that is going to be the door opening a crack, and now Old School but Cool want to bust it down, getting into the back, and they are going to get the kills that they require to take this point and send us to a map 3.
This is huge, and we kind of talked about it a little bit before the game of, like, you know, what version of these teams are we going to get? and it really seemed like it's glass cannon time coming out for both teams, just throwing absolute haymakers back and forth to send us to this map 3. I don't like. It seemed so convincing on Oasis. As you can see, Ahi just cleaning everybody up. It was convincing on Oasis, and then Rialto was, incredibly convincing for Old School but Cool.
It really was. It's pretty impressive when you can get that A hold and then just, wipe it through on the attack. And with that, we're going to a map 3. We're going to Esperanza, and A just I'm gonna ask you first, so I don't have to be the first one to do this. But what is your prediction for map 3?
Oh, I got to stick with Inferno. I think both these teams have now kind of they've done their little posturing. They've established what each is capable of. We saw a lot of changes. A couple subs that came in and compositional changes. I think now this is on Inferno to be like, okay, what do we do now? Their composition worked really well in Oasis, well enough that Old School but Cool came out and ran something pretty similar on Rialto. So now it's going to be who's going to iterate, because you could try and take the mirror. It didn't seem like they were doing as well in the mirror though. So do you maybe move off of this Winston now? Do you maybe try something different? So I think Inferno has shown that they learn fast. So they're going to have to learn fast in the next minute.
And with us going to Esperanza next, with the difference in map architecture coming up, we've seen both these teams really prioritize taking the high ground and focusing on getting that advantage. However, depending on where you are on the map on Esperanza, there isn't as much high ground to utilize. So with that in mind, do you think that plays into maybe coming off the Winston?
Yeah, it makes me wonder, the initial kind of I want to say 20, 30 meters on either side of the center point. You do have the bridges, the overpasses that kind of come across there. But there's some just really long street phases almost. It does seem like each side of the map almost plays its own, maybe escort or hybrid, where you have your initial point and there's a lot of high ground and a lot of defensibility. And then there's kind of that middle section that it can feel like a complete free if you're able to, keep your alt economy and things like that in place. And then you get to the third point, and it kind of just turns in this big long hallway where, we said about Nimbani, maybe it's time to switch to Reinhardt, as we saw towards the end there for Inferno. But yeah, I don't know if we're going to continue to see the Winston. It seems like it's definitely the most comfortable thing for Inferno. I don't know. I don't know if it's obviously not working as we saw on Rialto, especially when you're trying to hold that high ground down. But as you said, it becomes a lot less relevant once you get to that that first checkpoint for the bot.
And one thing worth noting as well, Ajos, Toasty pointed this out to me earlier. So thank you, Toasty. Last Inferno game, they got swept, reverse swept. So that could happen again. So it would really hurt for them to get reverse swept, multiple times in a row. You'd hate to see it, but this is something that has happened to them before. So they look good on the first map, and then it kind of crumbles a little bit as we go along.
Yeah, we'll often see teams come out strong, especially when it's a control map and it doesn't necessarily reflect how the rest of the match is going to play out. I do think Push playing a little bit closer to a control kind of a rule set or style of game might be good for them. We have seen a lot of teams, they'll come out, they'll crush it on control, and then they just get absolutely rolled on payload maps. So Push is kind of a weird in-between, where it's like a control, but the control point moves at the same time. So they're going to need to kind of dial this in on Esperanza, see what they would like to do, because they need to get back to playing their game, and I think it was kind of taken away from them on Rialto. Just the staying power and the damage mitigation of the defense matrix from Chasey just proved to be too much.
We saw multiple times in that last round how instrumental the defense matrix was in winning some of those fights, getting in there with Ahi, able to DM the Reaper so the Reaper can do damage without worrying about just getting burned right on down. As we are going into Esperanza now, and just before we get going here, who do you think's taking it?
I gotta go with Inferno. I'm sticking with my Preds.
Fair enough. I respect that. I respect the commitment to the Pred. And as we get ready, this shot is making me so hungry. So that's devastating for me personally. But getting ready here, this is going to be really fun to watch. You kind of mentioned it earlier, Ageless, and it was mentioned in previous matches as well. This might play a little bit more like a control map, at least off the start, as we have this neutral objective that both teams will be fighting for.
Are you sticking with your old school but cool Pred here?
Why not, man? Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, Inferno reverse swept last time, you know, in a reverse sweep position. This time, they're going to need to change the narrative, or this is going to become the story.
Yeah, I'll have to get the champagne ready if I actually get a Pred right, as both teams are finally coming together here on the high ground once again. Bolting Cake doing a lot of healing on the Kriko early on, trying to keep Guac up on their feet. And unfortunately, while the focus is healing is in on the tank, Kairos is going to be the first to fall, and the first push coming out is for Old School.
So you're already starting to get this slow progress here. This is starting to feel like Old School Overwatch. Get the Lucio hanging out in the payload. Maybe send some tweets. Kernmaster opting for the win strategy.
It is the sacred duty of the support player to push the objective. That's just how it is. As we are going to get a quick pause here, so we'll see how quickly we can sort that one out, Ageless. But an interesting start. We can still see Guap running the Winston. There's a lot of interesting nuances that have come out already in this map.
Yeah, I kind of expected a little bit more iteration from Inferno coming out here. This does seem to be either something they practiced or something that they're most comfortable with. They're going to need to really shut down this D.Va. You could see just how aggressive Chasey was playing, not allowing Guac to even disengage. You know, the D.Va obviously is a little hardier these days, and taking full advantage of it. They just could not keep the healing up. It seemed like there's just not enough, and I talked about it even on Oasis. There is no real burst healing. You've got the Lucio, you've got the Kariko. If somebody gets, you know, shot down, especially with some of these Sojourn, the railgun shots, those overcharged shots do so much damage so quickly that you kind of have to disengage. And if you're not allowed to disengage because there's a D.Va all over your face, you get in a lot of trouble really quickly. You give up so much space.
So in that case, what is going to be the secret for success right now for Inferno to turn this around? Because obviously, you know, they didn't look as strong on Rialto, and it's very early return so far here on Esperanza, but they have lost the first fight.
Yeah, they're going to need to increase their tempo drastically. The way this composition works is, you know, you don't have that D.Va defense matrix. You have no damage mitigation for rotations. These fights need to be fast. They need to get in, kill someone very quickly, and then clean up the rest. Old school but cool. They do have the advantage. They can walk places safely with that defense matrix. They're not as exposed every single time they want to move, either individually or as a team. And it's, you know, they're taking full advantage of it. They're getting all this space just because they're safe to do so. So they're going to have to take away that safety. Inferno needs to remove that safe passage that this team has on their rotations. Whether that's just, you know, aggressively diving, you know, as soon as somebody is a little bit exposed, because that's still, you know, no matter what composition is in play, the most I guess the most likely you're going to be dove on, or most likely to die from a dive, is during these rotations. Very vulnerable is the word I'm looking for. So you're most vulnerable during these rotations. So they're going to need to take full advantage of those kind of frames of vulnerability that Old School but Cool does have.
And so I'm thinking back, Ageless, to, you know, what's been different, right? What can we try and read from the tea leaves to see what could give us an idea of what's changed after the first two maps? And if we think back to Oasis, Paul on Old School but Cool was playing Ana. And since that first map, Paul has switched onto the Kriko, and as a whole, Old School but Cool has looked a lot better. So, I mean, is this causation? Is this correlation? I'm not sure, but maybe with Paul staying on that Kariko is really a strong spot for them as well.
like Chief is in for Pyro here. Yeah, I think it really comes down to the Genji play, honestly. I think Old School but Cool learned their lesson with the Genji, moved over the Sojourn, and now you're seeing the results of that.
And now we already have an ult coming out as Paul throws down the Kitsune Rush, or excuse me, that was Bolting It coming through, and Inferno is able to take advantage of it. They're able to get 2 picks in short succession, get this bot flipped and get it going in the right direction if you're Inferno. And now with Chief coming into the game as well, this is looking good for them, at least so far.
Yeah, Chief looking fantastic, 85% up to that ultimate. You can see, you know, they use the Kitsune Rush. They have almost the other 4 ultimates available for Inferno. On the other side, you're looking at almost another 4. It's just Kernmaster a little bit behind you, and we're going to start off with the Rush.
Kitsune Rush coming in again here, and this is Old School, the cool turn to push forward, and Chasey's able to rip down that Reaper and get them out of the fight. Bomb coming in, just try and zone members out, and they're actually able to take down Crystal, who's been on the Lucio, and with Frozen finding another rail shot. This is Old School but Cool taking it back, and they're going to get some decent meterage out of this.
Yeah, the Sojourn swap here for Old School is so key, and you can see the bot is going to get that checkpoint, so we're going to have a little time while the bot thinks about just how tired, I guess, it is.
Could be an existential thing too. They might be thinking about the meaning of life or something like that. But the Death Blossom is going to come in from the top rope. He is not going to find anyone with the ultimate itself, but Chasey follows up and gets rid of Chief. However, that's going to be the only elimination. And as Old School Cool lost 2, they're going to back this one up, give up some ground here before they re-engage.
So Frozen does have the overclock available for them. Kernmaster has held on to this beat as well. So some pieces available here. They're going to give up a lot of space, though, immediately. Maybe a little bit worried about this overclock.
And we'll see if their worries are justified, and they are, as Crystal gets domed. Frozen now into the back. Doesn't slide over the side right into the Death Blossom of Pyros. And that could be a turnaround here for Inferno. They're going to use the Kitsune Rush once again to get in, get that cooldown reduction, and try and get forward, get some more eliminations. But at the very least, they've stopped this push at least momentarily.
Kurika's ultimate is so powerful. You can see teams, you know, every hero becomes so powerful immediately in the little hallway that she creates. Chief!
Wow, that's a beautiful shot from Chief. And that is a pretty high value pick as it stands right now, getting the Kuriko out of the equation. As you can see, Inferno is now in control of the bot, pushing this down, about 20 meters left to go to get to that first checkpoint of their own.
Yeah, this is big because it forced a wait for the Kitsune Rush, which we just talked about how powerful that is. Oh boy.
Frozen getting low, and they do get taken down in the end, just absolutely melted by Guac, and Inferno is trying to turn up the heat now. Getting it onto the point. Bomb is on the payload. That's going to claim. No one gets a remake. Hits 2. That's a huge turnaround from Chasey. Getting 2 with the remake. Nobody from Inferno was ready for that. And now that he and Chasey cleaning up the rest. This is what looked like it may be a lost fight for Old School, but Cool turning out as a very fortuitous event for them with remake.
It was like a false sense of security there. Everyone's like, okay, bomb's gone off, nobody died, all right, let's go in. Oh no, and they just get completely like Titanfall there by Chasey. That is unfortunate.
Now he is caught up in the disruptor shot. They have to back up. They're going to throw in the Death Blossom. That's going to claim the life of Crystal, and this is a quick fight win. Very decisive for Old School, but Cool getting forward. They're going to finish off the Soldier. You got to think as well. Maybe waiting for a bit of a stagger here, and that's exactly it. Kernmaster finishes them off in the end. And now that forward spawn is activated, and Old School but Cool can widen their lead.
Kairos is back on the Sombra. This seemed like a bit of a desperation play, I felt like, on Rialto. It feels similar now. I don't know what they're going to be looking for here, but Frozen is on that Genji, so maybe this is the advantage that they need. I'm so surprised we're not seeing the Sojourn.
Double beats coming up from both sides here, and Kern Masters was a little bit later, which is normally a recipe for success if you get that sound barrier out second. It lasts a little bit longer, and this push is continuing right now for Old School but Cool. And they're up to 100 meters and counting, and this is starting to become a long road back for Inferno, but Guac with a great start here, getting a kill on the dive. They do have the Primal Rage online, but they're probably not even going to need it here in this fight, as they are trying to hunt down members of Old School, or at least push them back as far as they can, as they have taken control of the bot and are trying to get this back.
I'm so surprised to see Frozen on this Genji. This is what it looked like. You know, obviously the Ana, as you mentioned, but the Genji play going into Guac's Winston is a really tough matchup, and you can see exactly why.
Paul lurking in the reeds there on the Kariko, trying to see if they could get a cheeky headshot. And now we have that Katsuna Rush spent, and Inferno is going to re-engage now that that ultimate has run its course, staying on the payload. Kyra switching over to the Sombra as well, a pretty strong pick that we have not seen yet today as the blade comes out into the back line. But the peel is there from Inferno to keep their supports topped up, at least for the time being, as this is turning into quite a scrappy fight.
Some beautiful defense matrix there from Chasey to keep Frozen alive. And just a relentless pressure now coming in from Kairos onto the Genji.
And build themselves up to the EMP, and they're going to throw it down right away. That's only going to catch two, but Frozen is taken down, so can there be more follow-up to the Sombra ultimate? At least no, not so far. Both teams still trying to fight for this bot, and now Inferno going in for a hard butcher, re-engaging, Sheep with another kill with the kill, and that is going to be Inferno finally getting a clear advantage in this fight that seems to have lasted forever.
I am so confused. Okay, so Frozen, yes, Frozen is back now on, or no, Frozen's now on the Sojourn again. You're just giving up so much of your neutral game by going with this all-in composition where you're waiting out for your Dragon Blade, you're waiting, it's kind of a more ultimates-based comp, and you gave up all your neutral pressure. So they've moved back over to the Sojourn. Very happy to see this. I think this is going to be their best chance for success. Take the DPS mirror, and especially with Kairos now on the Sombra.
Katsuna Rush coming out early, as we've seen, it's a great engagement tool, and now support ultimates have been layered as Crystal throws down the sound barrier as well. And it looks like it's coming up aces for Inferno. They're already able to get rid of Ahi on that Reaper, so a lot of damage not in the fight now for Old School but Cool, as Chief's able to find another with the overclock, and now another. Chief is showing up here on Esperanza. Oh my god, our Chief is popping off. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my, so they did use quite a bit of, they used their last two, or I guess last four ultimates really, in that fight on the other side. It's going to be probably final fight territory. They do have the bomb and the Death Blossom here for Old School but Cool, and they're going to be coming up to this overclock as well.
Whoever wins this upcoming fight is going to win the map, and you can see the ultimates are being popped. We already have that bomb up and out. Frozen takes a look at the first pick here on the Crystal. That's going to make it tough for Inferno to disengage. They've lost the speed boost of that Lucio, but they have to get back in, contest this point, proc overtime, and they do just that. Guac getting down to half health. They only have the healing of the Kriko and Volta Kick to rely on for the time being, and now they got to worry about the overclock coming out from Frozen. That's going to get into the backline. Can they burn down the Somber? No! He gets it with the Death Blast, and Frozen gets another with the overclock. That's 2 to get for Old School. Can they keep this going? And it looks like the answer is yes, EMP coming out at the end, but it's going to be too little, too late for Inferno. They're going to go down. Old School but Cool is going to take a very close map and take this match 2-1.
Oh, they just really wanted to give everyone a bit of a sweat. Oh my lord. Really managed to turn things around right at the end. I have so many questions about the Genji swap, specifically, I'll say. it was like night and day.
And it really turned around for Old School But Cool when Frozen went back to the Sojourn. It was a back and forth map. Both teams, frankly, had a very good chance of winning that. And in the end, Old School But Cool was able to pull it out just by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, like right on the edge there. It seemed like it was all coming off the rails. And then they managed to pull things back. We are going to be joined back by Toasty. Welcome back, Toasty.
What a game. What on earth was that? Listen, I cursed that in so many ways, and I sincerely apologize, Inferno. No one on stream saw it, but in our little broadcast channel where us gremlins talk during the game, I said two things. First of all, obviously, I mentioned, as Newbeat said, the reverse sweep thing. That's happened. Old School But Cool. Perfect reverse sweep. And then, secondly, I made a meme that said Inferno on push maps is better than Inferno on payload maps. Oh, there we go. Perfect. And then immediately, 10 seconds after I put that, right, that was when they were about to win push. 10 seconds after I put that, boom, so the main support dies. Like, what?
That is the best caster's curse I have honestly ever seen in my life. That's perfect.
It's a secret caster's curse. Like, no one even knew about it. It wasn't even spoken into existence. I read it, though. That's what happened.
Yeah, of course. You read it and that manifested it, of course.
Yeah. So Toasty, I know you were watching. What are your overall thoughts for the match? It was a fun watch.
Guac, please get off Monkey, okay? I'm gonna say it. It's not good, okay? You're playing it into Chasey Diva. Okay, it looks okay here and there, right? It's a pretty even matchup overall throughout most of it, right? We can agree. But at the end of the day, it's Monkey, okay? It's not going to put up as many numbers as the Diva is. The Diva's so much better at the peel, so much better at the damage negation from afar. You can eat those railguns, that sort of thing. And overall, the composition, I feel like, was just a massive issue there. I'm not sure whether Guac lacks the flexibility onto, like, the Diva or the Zarya or anything else. And, you know, I might get clowned on by the A-Leaguers for being bad at macro, but I don't think the Winston was the play there.
Yeah, it seemed like it was working for them on Oasis, I think. But I would attribute that more to being a little bit more of a counter for the Genji and able to kind of shut down some of what can make Genji great. Like you can't reflect the Tesla cannon, and it seemed like they were able to put a lot more pressure onto the Genji, as well as Old School was running a very much all-in composition. As soon as they swap off of the all-in, there's so much more neutral pressure, and then Winston becomes so difficult to play because you need to use your bubble before you can even get to the other team. Like, your dives have to be so defensive, and there's not really anywhere you can go.
Yeah, and it's a lack of a Sojourn there for map 1, right? OSBC, they didn't have a Sojourn. They weren't putting up that long-range pressure you were just talking about onto the Winston. So I do feel like, I mean, we can't attribute it all to the Guac Monkey. Guac was looking really good on the Monkey for it being a suboptimal pick. I do feel like there was a couple of fights on Rialto where it could have like gone Inferno's way, and Frozen just decided no.
Frozen was doing that like Rialto as well. Just Frozen was unhinged with the Sojourn. It was just absolutely nasty at times.
Yeah, so that's going to change things up now on our group standings, because both these teams, this is the first win here for Old School But Cool.
Yeah, so it massively changes up things in terms of A-League, actually. Very much surprising, I think, compared to a lot of people's predictions here. Slasher Films currently leading the Alps group when you've got teams like Claymore Incursion, Inferno, perhaps less so, but very much in contention now, Old School But Cool. Like, there's a lot of other teams here that you'd expect to be towards the top, but because of that first week being such a wild card, we've had a bit of a wacky Alps group, but Inferno, they've yet to get a win.
That is surprising, considering their personnel and who they have on their team. It's really surprising to see them at 0-2. Like you mentioned, it is early days. The first couple weeks are always wacky anyway, which is kind of why I love them, to be honest. But if you're Slasher Films, you got to be happy. You're 2-0, sitting right at the top of the group. That's nowhere you'd rather be.
Can we just talk about Slasher Films' logo as well and how cool it is?
Oh, it's so good. It's like one of the best brandings.
Like that I've seen, period. That is so clever, it's so fantastic. All right, I just had to get that out. That's a sweet logo.
No, that's BPL branding for you, though. I mean, there's like a lot of talented people in this community in terms of the logos. Yeah, oh, perfect. We got the branding reveal. Look at it. It's so good. Honestly, Tim Week is cracked on the graphic design. Has done so many of the classic, amazing BPL logos.
Yeah, maybe. So hopefully there'll be like merch or something with that on it at some point.
This is what I'm saying. We don't even have Season 3 merch yet. Never mind Season 4. Come on, where is it at, Solomon?
Yeah, but it's like Solomon just sits around and does nothing. So I cannot believe.
Solomon, what you doing?
Right?
Come on.
Definitely isn't doing a million other things at all times.
Yeah, definitely not working with like Overwatch League and Super and Avast and big names and all that. No, definitely not.
Yeah,
couldn't
get on that merch immediately.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, let's get back on track here. End of the game. Final thoughts, guys? Anything?
My Preds were right, so I got champagne on ice. I'm ready to pop some bubbly. It feels good. Feels really good. But yeah, like, you know what? At the end of the day, it was a fun map to watch, right? Yeah. You got a 3 map in there. Like you said at the beginning, Toast, it was either going to be a really good match or a really bad one. It was either going to be like a Gigabanger or a Toilet Bowl, I believe were your words. And I think it was definitely leading in the territory of the Gigabanger, honestly, because it did go to 3 maps. That push map was so close. It was just really engaging to watch.
Yeah, both teams adapted, both made their iterations and came out on top. So I'm very happy that it ended up being the Gigabanger.
Yep, for sure. I'm glad it did as well. So, player of the match here, of course, going to be Frozen. I think there's no surprises here. Was looking incredible, especially on Rialto, a big factor in, well, obviously, again, like we said, destroying Guac's Monkey, but just the entire squad as well of Inferno.
Yeah, there were some shots that were, you know, S tier. Honestly, it was really fun to watch, and a good understanding in a more macro sense of the use of how to use that overclock ultimate, when to use it, and then the mechanical skill just brings it home.
Yep, well, let's take a bit of a look at our schedule for the rest of the day. We're only halfway through. We've got so many more bangers, potentially gigabangers, to go today. We've got Inferno's sort of sister team here, Ember, playing up next against Whiteout, so you won't want to miss that, and we'll see you in a few.
welcome back, everyone. It's me, Jimmy. We got a new desk here of people full of people with Ippy and MFG for our next game. It's gonna be a B League game between Whiteout and Ember. Before we get to that, though, I just want to do a quick shout out here because we have some BPL people. I know I want to keep you guys around here, of course, watch BPL, but just as a little side note, we currently have a bunch of BPL players. I think Phone and Azure playing in the Calling All Heroes tournament on the official Play Overwatch channel. So, you know, if you have a second monitor, go put that up as well. Go watch that. Cheer them on. I think it's amazing that they're on there. I think in front of like 70,000 viewers or something like that. That's crazy. But yeah, let's go talk about our game here real quick. It's going to be Whiteout versus Ember. Let's talk about Whiteout first. Of course, they had a very close 1-2 loss to the Ice Cream Parlor last week. We've already seen Ice Cream Parlor make a statement win on Friday. I haven't done the science yet, but I would say probably the speedrun so far in Season 4 against Evo, that was like a 20-minute game. So we know that Ice Cream Parlor is a pretty good team. So considering that, MFG, you still think Whiteout are one of the top teams this season, like so many of the preseason rankings predicted?
I feel like they definitely have an opportunity to come back because I did cast Ice Cream Parlor before, and I know that they were definitely like almost like a dark horse, but I feel like if they're number one, Whiteout can be number two. Like, I think that, like, for example, on like Midtown, there's the map that they took off of Ice Cream Parlor, that score was like 1-0, so I'm pretty sure that tells me they were able to full hold Ice Cream Parlor. So I definitely think they have the opportunity to take themselves out of this lower ranking and ascend to the top.
You also had you noticed something before we went on the air about this matchup here, right?
I did. So beforehand, Whiteout, when they played Ice Cream Parlor, it was basically the battle of the cold. But now it's a battle of the hot and cold. So maybe Whiteout wasn't the coldest team, but maybe they're just cold enough to quench the flames of Ember here.
Another battle of the elements here. Well, let's go talk about the fire element here with Ember. They took a 2-1 victory against Yoink in their opening match. And from what we've seen, this team has been having a lot of fun playing together. I can see their team channel on BPL, and like every time it's match day, they spam like 60 different gifts in there. They've been having a good time. Ippy, you think they can build or keep this momentum going and potentially build a streak here tonight?
Yeah, I definitely think they're sort of looking to do so. It might be a bit of an uphill battle, but I definitely think they've got the pieces. You know, DX, Hyper9, you know, definitely like sort of like really good tank player, like very well known for his sort of Ryan play. I think as well, Doc is sort of like the B League special almost. You know, he's been around the block, and I think people know what he's capable of. You know, despite the ping diff. So yeah, I definitely think like there's potential here, and it could definitely go close, I think.
Let's go get some bets going. So Ippy, you say it's going to be close, but you do have to decide now. So who do you think is going to win this one?
I'm gonna say it's gonna be Whiteout 2-1. Just judging by like, sort of the strength of the schedule last week and how close that was, versus Ember, who beat Yoink. I think Yoink not quite as good as a team as Ice Cream Parlor were, so that's my reason for that. Quite simple.
So you say Whiteout 2-1. What about you, MFG?
As much as I was talking about Whiteout, hoping that they would be able to like overcome not being the coldest team, I hate cold weather, so I'm going for Ember on this one.
Do you like burning hot weather? Do you like it molten hot?
I do. Like, I love 90-degree days.
I'm more of a winter fan, I'll be honest. I like it when it's cozy, when it's cold outside, when you're like bundled up with a blankie and a hot cocoa. But honestly, for this match though, I will also go with Ember. I'm on your side here, MFG, because I do value the friendship buff very strongly here, and I think they're a really strong team. But I also think it's going to be a close game, so we'll see about that. Well, the teams are almost ready, so I'm gonna throw it to you two here. It's our first B League match of the day: Whiteout versus Ember, with your casters Ippy and MFG.
Cheers. I worked out, I calculated 90 degrees Fahrenheit is 32 Celsius. So now I'm able to understand what you meant. 32, a pretty nice day.
I like it. But we're going to Busan, and I know Busan has kind of nice weather here on our first map. I know they changed it. I believe it's now permanent nighttime, but nighttime can be pretty warm too. So I'm eager to see which team is going to have the upper hand here, because I feel like for both of these teams, there's a lot of opportunity to see uniqueness. Like, I don't know how much they're going to be playing mirror to mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Busan is definitely one of the more varied control points we have. Obviously, Mecha Base is kind of Rush Central, and that can extend to something like downtown. But you got a lot of high ground there. You might see some sniper play, some Winston to control that high ground, even a D.Va, something like that. Definitely a possibility for that map. And Sanctuary is kind of like the halfway between them. Like you could see the rush mirrors, you could see a bit more of a dive style, and it's really going to be, I think, the more sort of flexible team that wins that kind of situation.
It's exciting to see and think about who is going to be more flexible because, like I said, I feel like it's a 50-50 in terms of which team is going to be able to like win that flex battle, if you will, because it's all about like the adaptability of the team as well as like the available hero arsenals that they can play. Like for example, like for support specific arsenals, I know that we've been talking about Kiriko since she's now kind of more prevalent in both BPL and Overwatch comp, and how a lot of people are starting to realize, quote unquote, from last time, how broken she is. So I'm very excited to see if like more and more teams, maybe even this match, will start to kind of exploit her potential. I know I've been dabbling with it in comp.
Yeah, and definitely it is definitely very strong. I think the thing is with Kiriko though that you need to be fast. I think if you're going against something like sort of Bad Lucio, which we also see, Bad Lucio has much more sustain. But if you're able to control the tempo, if you're able to sort of call the engagers going fast, isolate someone and kill them, the Kiriko comp works out much better. And Kitsune Rush is, I think, just a better ultimate than Window. Like it's so easy for teams to push past the window or beat through it and essentially nullify that, whereas you kind of have to respect the Kitsune Rush.
Definitely so, and also another thing with the Kitsune Rush that I've seen is that it can be coupled with other ultimates, almost like a Nano would. Like, for example, I did see a Kitsune Blade, so like the Genji Blade was able to slash much quicker, so that'll help definitely when like shredding down the health of tanks. But don't worry, we're not just yapping at you about Kiriko, we're just waiting on our teams to be finalized in the lobby. But if we want to look at our map set real quick before we officially start things off, we can look at what we're going to expect. So no matter who takes Busan, we're going to go ahead and go to Circuit Royale next, which is one of those like new payload maps. And then if need be, we're going to go to Esperanza for push. So Ippy, how are you feeling about this map setup?
Circuit Royale is definitely an interesting one. I mean, it encourages a lot more sniper play. We see Sigma, the last game I cast on the C League. We saw Sigma sort of mirrors there, on certainly on A and maybe into B. And I mean, the B point is kind of infamous for its kind of like rain of death, trying to climb that high ground. Very important high ground to claim. You definitely need to be coordinated with your team there and moving together, not as sort of ducks in a row, but like one consistent unit of, engage with your Lucio, move up to the high ground very quickly. It looks like we're getting into Busan here, and yeah, we're on downtown, and this is the point where, you've got a lot of high ground control, and we do see that sort of shown in the selection of tanks here. We're hyping it on the D.Va, Winston for Donk. I think the D.Va does win out in the end versus the Winston. Just the burst damage of the micro missiles and the much better mobility there. But it remains to be seen. I think Bunny on the Anno as well is an interesting. Bunny, a great Anna player. Going to be looking for the antis, but Gren can easily cleanse those with the Suzu.
We'll see what happens first here as the fight goes underway. Bunny actually getting pretty low here. No one down just yet. We see Donk on the side here of Whiteout, jumping back to health here with that help of that Kiriko cleanse you mentioned. Again, still so far no picks. Whiteout kind of taking it in the back, but we start to see the dive there. Donk engaging. Hyper Knight going away from that. Doc does get hacked. Doesn't look like any health is going to be depleted though. So far, Ember got a pretty easy rotation there onto the point. No deaths yet for either side, except Doc finding Speedy to start things off. Ember, that point position really giving them the advantage here. They're gonna try to aggress, get more. We see Hyper Knight wins that tank battle again, as you mentioned, the D.Va overcoming the Winston. Doc finding Capital. Looks like it's gonna be a easy fight win for Ember.
Yeah, and you definitely saw like how difficult it was for Donk to engage on the Reaper there as the Winston. It's the classic, you know, gold player counter. You just play the Reaper into the Winston. But there actually works. It means that Donk has to sort of escape from his bubble very quickly. Can't really claim the space that he wants for his team. And now Doc in prime position here to beam down, rail anyone that makes the cross. You see Speedy in, and you can see Capital touch the point here, just to sort of like force contest. They've identified Bunny and hacked.
Hack coming out there doesn't seem to find any kill just yet. Bunny able to get to safety. Oh, it looks like by Donk down by the Reaper. Again, that easy counter pick. You can't really do much against that if you are the monkey in this situation. Capital with the pulse bomb might look to use it up here on the high ground. Gotta be pretty patient with it. Ember percentage still easily ticking in their way. No signs of a struggle on the point. Struggle on the side though as Funjin almost gets that pick.
Oh, that was close. I was rooting for Funjin there. Like, oh, you can hit one of those Cheerios. You can hit the Cheerios. Speedy on the point here. Hack onto the Reaper, but can they eliminate him?
We'll have to see that happen right now. We see Doc finding Little, but Capital finally uses that pulse on Funjin. Ren finding Bunny. Both supports down for Ember, but Doc does have that overclock. Ooh, what a rhyme. And finds 2 with that before getting squashed by Donk. So far, this could be anyone's game here. Doesn't look like Whiteout, though, is going to come out on top. I want to say they had that win condition of having the no supports on the field, but it looks like Verity committing that Death Blossom to stagger out Ren, making it a little harder here for Whiteout to try to recontest. Funjin, though, falls. So without that Lucio there and Verity falling, this might be what they need. Donk finding 2. Whiteout able to bring this back. Speedy confirming that by getting that kill on the Bunny.
Yeah, I love the push the ulting Reaper into your team with Primal strategy to win the fight. Not often that you get to see those, but you know, it works out a bit sloppy. Maybe it works out, but pretty expensive for Whiteout. They burn all their ultimates to get that point. That said, Ember coming back in with a pretty empty tank themselves. It's going to be a sort of neutral fight here. Doc's going to have to look for sort of a rail engage maybe to try and win this fight. You hope to build ultimates here, not to win outright.
Building ultimates will be the determining factor of this fight unless Dog finds Doc. Funjin finding Little, but then Hyperknight and Verity get more kills for Ember on the board. Pretty swift engagement from them, gotta say. It looks like finding Bunny with Speedy. It's gonna be another cap for Ember.
Yeah, and absolutely, like you sort of engage there. And yeah, the instant cap comes through and the victory comes through. You see the sort of engage there from Donk going in, and you know they do eventually get Dark. That's gonna be a fun cast, isn't it? Donk on Dark. But you know they burn so many resources, and then they're able to sustain through it. Verity able to live through that very easily with the self heal with Vampirism. And yeah, essentially just winning the fight out from there. You know, Bunny getting the pick onto Speedy in the backline. Very simple and very well played. We move on to Mecha Base, the sort of like rush central map. I think you know we see Donk on the Rhine. I think a very sort of classic pick. But Hyperknight still stick on this Diva. We'll have to see like how you know you're able to use the sort of defense matrix and the boosters. How he's able to sort of get in and out of range effectively. As Donk is walking. Donk is Donk walking.
He is walking indeed as this engagement begins for both sides. Speedy in the backline on that Genji trying to find a pick onto the Ana, whereas Dog is going to find a pick onto the Reaper, taking things in the advantage for Whiteout so far. Looks like Ember's going to have a quick retreat here, but it doesn't look like anyone's really going to be able to get out very smoothly, as that aggression with that Reinhardt rush pays well for Whiteout.
Yeah, a bit sloppy onto the Bunny there on the Ana. They do eventually get it, and actually the swap onto BAP comes through. I think it's a great, you know, immortality field. BAP just a lot more survivable. They actually match Hyperknight on Ryan as well as the fight goes on. Both lamps used.
Both lamps down, and so is Capital. Doc finding that nice headshot to kind of open things up here for Ember, and we see now that Hyperknight has swapped onto the right and blood shatter. That is what an MTD is in person. Dog gets revenge by finding Bunny, but then Doc finding Gren and Verity finding Dog. Hyperknight is well contributing to that kill feed, and Ember is back on the board.
Yeah, Hyperknight just knows those. You can't really do that to him. Capital actually going in here, not advisable. They don't actually stop the Capital cap at all. There we are. Yeah, a bit of a maybe foolish play from Capital there. TPing into the back line is not like, you know, Doc's able to turn around and just rail him in the head as he tries to spawn in. But now Hypernite with the Shatter looking to lay it down.
It's going to be a pretty crucial time to wait, but Capital finds Bunny, Doc finding Capital, so a quick trade out there, and there's a great juicy Shatter from Hypernite, getting an easy 3K out of it. Perfect timing there.
Yeah, I love to see it. And a great sort of like, you know, equalization there. You know, you lose Bunny early, but, you know, the window was dropped and the Shatter did come down. Not, you know, pretty simple for Ember there. But Whiteout are building this plethora of ultimates, and they're going to look to engage here quickly. Speedy Boost comes out.
It's going to be very important here for Fungin to use that beat. We see it now just in response to Speedy's blade, as we would expect. Nothing happening so far, no one down just yet. We see a Reinhardt dangerously low, but the Railgun finds the Reaper and the Lucio. Speedy does find Doc, but it doesn't even matter. The kills have already happened. Death Blossom also committed in the fight in order to ensure that Ember goes and retakes this.
Will Speedy live here? Will he live? No. He does not. Fungin wall rides over and gets the boop kill. That's going to be a late stagger. That's really not good for Whiteout here. As it's going to be, you know, Ember are posturing to maybe even engage on this quite quickly. Donk now taking the low ground approach. I think a good idea. Just a different strategy to try and attack this.
Again, block. Hypernite reading Donk like a book. You hate to see it if you're the side of Whiteout. Now Hypernite has a Shatter, lays it down on Donk. Oh my god, the disrespect is real. But Ember, very, very beautiful kind of engagement, as you had noted, and it turned out really well for them, and they're going to easily take Busan.
Yeah, I mean, what a statement play. Ember definitely looking to, you know, continue this win streak potentially. You know, if they get the next map, they're definitely on their way. You know, a really great play as well. I think there was a bit of strange sort of strategies coming out from Whiteout there. You know, the TP into the back line, the sort of stagger yourself by yeah, lovely shot. We see it again. Staggering yourself essentially by you know, trying to escape when really you could just, you know, jump off the edge of the map and reset with your team a lot quicker. It definitely stuff to clean up. Hopefully, there's sort of like, you know, maybe some swaps are in order for Whiteout. Maybe sort of change your strategies a little bit. But you know, a great play from Ember, and I think you know, they've definitely got the sort of pieces going forward. Like they kind of like have a good idea of what they want to play as well. You know, and they really execute it very well.
I definitely think that Whiteout does have the tools to come back in Circuit Royale, taking like this match as a learning point, kind of like you said, maybe switching around their strategies. But on the other side, Ember, just their strategies worked so well, and I think that the aggression with the rush really did them justice there. Hypernite was just literally MTDing there the whole time. So I wonder if they're going to stick to this composition, because I feel like for Circuit Royale, you could run it theoretically, but I feel like there's also going to be a lot more like variation in comps to the point where rush may not be as good.
Yeah, so I think the difficulty with rush on Circuit Royale, especially A, is especially A and B, is you somehow need to escort your team through the battlefield, through the gunfire that is going to be, you know, it's going to be a Sojourn or a Widowmaker, or maybe even a Hanzo, in the back line, just raining headshots in. That's going to be the danger. So yeah, you can make it work if you're able to get your team into the sort of position, and maybe we see sort of the Rhine rush more than the Zarya rush, a bit more protection for your team, sort of in the engagement, or sort of in the rotations. But I think overall we're going to see more of a swap to Sigma. I think that is the sort of like good tank for at least the first couple of points on this map. I think if we see a rush mirror, that is going to be interesting. I definitely think it's possible, because you know there is that sort of close hold that we do see occasionally, and you know I think Donk is going to be the sort of player that's going to go for that sort of close hold. So we can look forward to that maybe. But I think the sort.
I made me think of a thought. Sorry to cut you off, but fun fact. Me personally, I used to confuse Donk and Dust And Dust recently just had a beautiful close hold on Circuit Royale with that Reinhardt. So I wonder if Donk is going to do the same thing. Almost like a, not Mandela effect, but almost kind of like that.
A copycat criminal, I suppose you could call it. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I definitely think Donk is that sort of player. Yeah, it's definitely potential, but I think like the better teams will know, will one, expect that. I think like every team is going to expect that, especially anyone that saw the Mechanical Brain game is going to know, like, okay, they're going to close hold, and you need to know, like, to sort of speed away, disengage, like, see if you can sort of split, like, don't get split, see if you can split the enemy team if you're sort of going for that engage. But the better teams will just play Sigma.
Well, speaking of expect, something I did not expect, which throws my theory entirely out the window, is that Donk is actually not going to play tank here on Circuit Royale. Instead, it looks like Capital is going to be swapping to that tank role, and Tyler is going to take the new DPS slot, all for the side of Whiteout. As far as we're concerned, no subs for Ember, so it looks like they're going to be sticking to that roster. But I'm very curious, what do you think? Why do you think that they decided to make all these swaps here?
To play all their players. I don't. Maybe Capital is like you know, a Sigma player at heart, or a projectile player. You know, coming in on a sort of DPS role onto the tank. It definitely can work. I mean, you know, in the obviously we definitely saw at some point when Ghost was meta, you know, we did see our sort of DPSs swap on to the DPS in tank form of Zarya. So you know, it's definitely got potential. I guess we'll have to see like how the Sigma play goes, or you know, if they're just gonna play Zarya all map. Definitely can work. I definitely think as well, you know, Tyler is the sort of sniper. I haven't seen any of Whiteout's other games, but you know, there's potential here, and hopefully, you know, it gives the changes that it needs to sort of like get the sort of win condition moving and bring us to Esperanza.
You know what I'm excited to see? So based on Midtown, which was the map that Whiteout won and Ember lost, Whiteout was able to do a very, very, very good defense, whereas Ember kind of struggled there on the offense, judging by both of them, their respective scores. So, since Circuit Royale involves that payload, I wonder if Whiteout is going to have a similar defense in the sense that we will go ahead to see that map 3, or if Ember has been able to kind of overcome their slump on that payload-esque map and come back to take the series 2-0.
I think first holds on first holds on Circuit Royale are normally due to essentially what just comes down to like a sniper diff, essentially, where you just can't move properly through that first long corridor. You know, the team able to sort of like hold up on the sort of high ground back there, and then later around the corner they sort of get to that sort of, you get that almost like B spawn where you've got that hill overlooking the whole point. You sniper's playground essentially up there. It does make like first holds quite difficult on that map, I think. So I think we won't necessarily see a first hold. But I mean, Circuit Royale is a very difficult map to finish. You know, if we do see holds, it's normally on the last point, maybe on B as well. And I think a lot of that is just come down to like how well do the tanks play around the snipers. That's the kind of meta for this map. I'd expect like a team that sort of wins on the defense is that kind of team. You know, good Sigma sort of rotations. You know, good shield placement, some great picks coming out from the DPSs.
I agree with you there, where statistically the third point is the kind of part in payload maps where the normal stereotypical, like, you know, full hold takes place. Maybe we'll get a surprise here, but not sure yet. It looks like Ember, though, has been giving us a little bit of surprise. We see now officially, looks like Cypher is now in on the tank spot, so no more Hyper Knight for at least now.
Yeah, I hope we won't see the Doomfist, and I also hope we won't see the Ball, because both those heroes suck. They're just not... I mean, maybe you can make the Ball work, but I think as soon as they see the Sigma, all the stuns, you're going to get the Discord applied to you immediately, you're going to get rocked. 8 people are going to look at you and fill your head with lead. and then you're going to go back to spawn and swap to Sigma. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. And the Sombra is interesting. So I've been painting myself as a bit of a Sombra hater. I think Sombra is kind of not a good hero. I think we will see the better teams able to play with tempo, and Sombra is just too slow. You're hoping you lose 3 fights in a row to build the EMP, and then you hope to go in that fight. It's just not the way to play, I think.
I can see that perspective, definitely. A lot of people prefer that fast-paced play, but it looks like this hack is going to come out onto the Zen, but yeah, no real capitalization on that. Whiteout still holding strong here on their defense. Tyler on that Widowmaker, kind of like we were talking about. Ooh, a pick, though, does come out thanks to the Zen onto Cypher, so that Sigma automatically down for Ember. Might want to force them to go back here and retry their engagement. Capital on the Sigma, making sure that no one tries to poke through the side corridors.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Cypher just isolated, picked off. Great play from Whiteout there. Bunny now swapping over to the BAP. I think that's the better play. I think BAP's just a better hero, but Doc, answers with a pick immediately onto the Sniper.
There you go, starting things off for Ember, wanting to get back as soon as possible. That fast pacing again. We see Little trying to find something, but no, it's going to be more Ember kills on the board. Swiftly and surely, they have redeemed themselves there from that unfortunate isolation of Cypher.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great play. Sort of like it's sort of an edge towards to help us all that low, just to clean up coming through, and it gets them past like what is this, like essential like really tough hold, and they now move into B. They've got the position needed. They're not going to give away the point to snipers, but Whiteout aren't going to let it go unanswered.
Seems like Ember wanting to push it over the edge here, but Tyler finds Verity, so now it's going to be Whiteout's turn to capitalize. We see that now, the Zen falling down as well, but Cypher does win the Sigma battle, so giving Ember a little bit of a chance. Right now, kills are being exchanged right now. Both the Sojourn and the Zenyatta are falling at once. Oh, but it looks like the Sojourn from Whiteout finding the pick for the side of Ember, so they did end up pulling through, though. Ember did get that payload across.
Yeah, I don't like the flux there from... I don't like the flux there at all, actually. It's a bit of a strange one. It puts your Sigma into a very rough position in a fight that you probably would have won, as Tyler now comes up immediately with 2 picks. Essentially able to hopefully reclaim a bit of space that they gave up essentially for free.
And now it looks like they're going to make sure they don't give up anything else here. Capital finding another great pick onto Bunny and onto Cypher. Again, winning out those important battles you want to see. Whiteout stabilizing themselves here as the defenders. Tyler watching those long angles to make sure that no one else from Ember is going to be able to push this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see the sort of lockdown that a good sniper can give you. Verity's in the backline here, but... what can you really do? The sights are out, and you have to escape essentially. This EMP, it's been building up for a long time. It's got to be good.
And there it is, finding 3. Great opportunity here for Whiteout. The overclock did come out beforehand though, so they are down to support here with Fungin falling. Doc though unleashing the overclock of his own, finding some great kills, but so far it's going back and forth because Tyler just found one onto Verity. Still pushing the car though here for the side of Ember, especially you now see Cypher still alive and well, pushing the Whiteout back into their own base. Ember looking good still.
Yeah, and I think like that fight, it was quite scrappy, lots of trades either way, but crucially Whiteout lost their tank, and that just gives Ember the positioning they need. Tyler's going to try answer back with some sniping here, but not finding the shots.
It looks like still Fungin falling again. Whiteout getting the supports out of the way so quickly, and Little finding a kill onto Verity. I feel like Capital has been really good on the Sigma in terms of getting those crucial pickoffs to start off the match, but yet Ember still keeps fighting. Now it looks like they are going to be officially shut out, but I feel like that is a trait that I've noticed where even if Whiteout gets some crucial beginning picks, I feel like the DPS line, specifically like with that Sojourn of Ember, is still able to survive much longer than you would like if you're Whiteout.
Yeah, definitely. But Tyler is proving quite a nuisance here to deal with. But Doc's been answering back in his own way. Now coming up for Ember, really no ultimates to build up. It's kind of going to be a slow fight. Maybe this manual pack can get a target, but I think Verity's going to be even killed.
There you go, starting things off for Whiteout strong, but the Beautiful rock there by Cypher. That is definitely a great card to play for Ember. Now Capital having to just use rocks to get some kills, but there is Cypher down as well as Funjin, both two important members of this Ember squad. Looking great right now for Whiteout, wanting to chase as much as I can without being too over-aggressive.
Yeah, I love the play from Capital there. Essentially just body block and shield off the heals for Cypher, isolate him, get that pick done. Really great play, and a plethora of ultimates for Whiteout now on the defense, but coming up to the big four, almost matched on Ember. This EMP is going to be big, but immediately spotted out.
Here, there it is, it gets another 3, but Doc finding a kill there on there, and getting more and more with the overclock now, just Doc putting in the work thanks to that beautiful EMP there from Verity. Cypher contributing in 2. You love that sense of team synergy there. The aggression was perfect going off of that EMP.
Yeah, I actually really like that sort of like EMP into the overclock. It's actually kind of a clever move. You know, weakening the players with the EMP, getting the sort of like final blow with the overclock. You know, as long as you hit that sort of rail, even a sort of body shot will take down the squishier targets. And Whiteout are luckily in the sort of position here where you want to be sort of like doing the sort of sniper duel across the high grounds, you know, in the pool, sort of maintaining this high ground. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for Whiteout. A very expensive fight that they lost, and now to build up to more of the ultimates.
Like I said kind of earlier, this is just statistically the point where Whiteout should be able to have a nice hold in theory, but with that flux there from Cypher, it's not going to be that easy, especially if Doc finds that great kill onto Tyler, taking out that Widowmaker, but then there's a response there from the side of Whiteout, but an even greater response here from the side of Ember. But I guess Whiteout doesn't even care. We find 2 picks back to back. Things might be looking solid now for their defense as Funjin tries to fight but fails to little. The Zenyatta battle won there by Whiteout.
Yeah, I think that's still essential work that Funjin did on the Zen, because that's such a dangerous cart for the place to be, and that was almost like pushed him for free in a lost fight. Tyler now in position to try and get some snipes there, but you can see the shields from the Cypher from the Sigma just perfectly placed to block all these shots.
Looks like another rotation's going to be happening here, but ooh, that pick onto Funjin, 4v5 now, automatic advantage here for Whiteout. Hopefully they do not drop their pasta on this, and it doesn't look like they will. We see Speedy finding that kill onto Doc here, as well as on to Bunny. Things are looking good now for Whiteout.
Yeah, and a bit of a miscommunication there. Funjin caught a little bit behind. The one duck left out to swim for himself. A bit unlucky. Tyler now has the sights to try and look at them coming out of spawn. It's a bit early. But Verity's actually swapped over to Genji. A really clever pick. Genji Blade is so important. But this is going to be last fight. And are they going to build the blade fast enough?
As overtime ticks down, everything is going to be popped out at once for both teams to try to gain something here. Carts being pushed for Ember. Whiteout needs to either touch or get some big kills quickly here. Can't ignore the meters ticking down. Find a kill there. Funjin down. Blade released though by Verity. Gotta be careful if you're Whiteout. Capital though finding Bunny. Things are looking pretty good for them. Blade doesn't even get anything, so except for... No, Verity finds something, but then immediately dies. Same with Doc. It could be anyone's game, and so far, it's going to be Whiteouts. They barely stopped that cap.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was kind of a clever split, and moving sort of Bap and the Zen over to sort of like arena, this kind of like balcony area here, away from the window. The blade from Verity left something to be desired, I'll say that much. Scaring the Widowmaker back into spawn, and then immediately getting a pick without the blade. That's kind of just hashtag Genji moments. But you know, it's still very well played from Ember. Like, that's a really good point to be held at. Like it's a very possible hold here for Ember. Like, that's very far into point C. As much as you consider, it's a bit like Route 66, where anything within the sort of last few meters there is basically equivalent to a full cap. You know, you can rest assured knowing that, yeah, you can defend that quite well. C is such a defendable point. And yeah, I think, you know, both teams sort of running out with something more that we expect. Both teams on the Sigma. Tyler's still on this Widowmaker. I think looking to wreak havoc here and hopefully get some of the performances that we saw on A and B here. A bit more quiet towards C, but still looking to have the shots echoing throughout the roads of Monaco here.
It's funny because, like we saw before, Tyler picked that Widow on the defense, but now Tyler's going on the attack. But yet again, Widow on the attack is not a bad option because, kind of like you said, on multiple points, the Widow has the ability to shine here. So, Hack, though, coming out to start things, is Verity trying to put up a solid defense early on. Oh, but Tyler wants to put up a solid attack, just like I was saying. Widow doing work. So far, Ember is the one losing members. Whiteout steadily pushing this payload. Now with the Sojourn finding a kill on Funjin. Doc returning the favor, but now we see a melee kill. Sigma battle won once again by Capital. This was a pretty clean fight here from Whiteout, I must say.
Tyler is grappling into these fights. He knows kind of what effect he's having on this server. And it looks like Verity's going into the backline again, trying to get another hack onto Tyler here, and trying to get the limb, and does get it. But can they now win the fight from here?
We'll have to see, because so far Ember is going to be able to get themselves on the kill feed. Another quick kill there, the Zenyatta for Whiteout down. Great opening here for Ember to capitalize on. We already see Whiteout starting to back up, hoping not to lose any more members here. Looks like so far the fight's going to start calming down, but now that's given Ember kind of an opportunity to solidify their defense here on the high ground. So Whiteout's going to have to be careful here, especially now Verity getting another hack here, wanting to remove the Zen is unsuccessful, but nonetheless picked down enough health to make Ember confident about getting little out of the fight. Losing your Zen already, even if he didn't have Transcendence, still you don't want to lose that secondary support. But it looks like they're not done yet. The Sigma does find a kill onto Funjin. Whiteout wanting to take this continuing fight, and we see Little swapping onto the Kiriko instead of the Zenyatta, so obviously they don't want to stop now. Tyler finding a great pick onto Cypher, and Bunny falling too. Whiteout, they did not give up.
Yeah, definitely. So a great pick onto the Zen there, actually. Funjin for, sorry, I think it was Glenn falling on the defense there. Now Verity pushing it back up, still holding on to this EMP. Lots of ults for Ember here. As I actually realized the displays are split. Thank you, production. And they've got a lot of tools here to be able to win this defense.
And here it goes, a beautiful 4-man EMP here. Funjin capitalizing on that quite quickly, taking Capital out of the fight. We see Cypher contributing the Degradafitic Flux for that cleanup. As you noted, Ember used those tools in their box to get a nice, easy team kill.
Yeah, and you've still got the sort of window overclock here, which is a really deadly combo. Turns those, instant shot rails and the body shots into essentially headshots with the double damage. It definitely is a combo that has potential. You see Doc even looking for the slimmest margin, but Tyler is going to be looking for these shots, going to be looking for these angles.
So far, no angles have been successful yet. Tyler trying to find an opening pick on the Widow. Capital trying to get a nice flux here to push in. Does find one, avoids the rock this time, but Doc with that overclock gets Speedy out of the way. Doesn't look like it's going to be exactly coupled with the Matrix, but nonetheless, things still looking pretty good for the Ember side here. Little does have the Kitsune Rush, doesn't want to pop it just yet, but there it goes, right out there, wanting to get something started. It looks like that is going to allow Capital to find a nice pick off for the side of Whiteout to continue this attack. Looks like Ember starting to back up now, don't want to get too caught out with that aggression. Ooh, dangerously low there for that Zenyatta. Pushing this cart still. Whiteout might cap this. I don't know. There's going to be a recontest here, though. Capital does get hacked, trying to push the mess of Ember into this little room. But Ember don't have any ultimates to commit here. And Funjin falls too. A beautiful there from the Widowmaker. And in this final kind of recontestable moment here, Capital unleashing the Flux again and Cypher going down. No tank for Ember. This is not looking good for them right now. Whiteout's going to end up getting the second cap.
Yeah, definitely, and it was a really great play as well, as Capital unfortunately does lose the bunny in the 1v1. Hopefully he is able to be cleaned up here, yeah. And I was going to say, like, you know, throughout that, it's essential for Whiteout to build some ultimates. They use them getting up the ramp there, but Capital were able to sort of, like, hold around the side there, build up that essential flux to, you know, clean up the fight, and a great pick from Tyler as well to open again onto Fungin on the Zen, who has not been having a very nice time with it. Verity actually pushed away due to the Venom Mine of all things and cleaned up by Capital. Great play. And that gives them a lot of space here, I think.
Whiteout finally managing to kind of make sure that no scouts from Ember are going to ruin this push. Cypher is still going to commit the Flux to try to get something going. It looks like Little released something there to make sure. I want to say it was a cleanse, but nonetheless, it's not going to be successful. Cypher actually finds Little out there, and it looks like, oh no, it looks like Capital accidentally did something there that didn't work out in his favor. Ember have another EMP here online thanks to Verity. Not gonna pop it. There's no need. Whiteout still has to come back and try again with this push.
Yeah, Ember have a lot of ultimates here to hold on the defense. You know, you can EMP at any time. They're looking for the manual hacks. They're probably going to EMP here as they try and move up on the high ground. You know, but yeah, actually, great force out there. That's actually going to give them a lot more room to aggress. And with Tyler with the infrasight, looking for a pick here if they can. On the back, interesting.
Ooh! The back works out. Doc immediately taken out of the fight. Fungin does find Tyler, but we'll see if this lack of Sojourn is going to prove beneficial here for the side of Whiteout. So far, it does look like Ember is holding strong. We see the Kiriko falling immediately there. With the help of the Immortality Field, Ember is alive and well. If you're the side of Whiteout, you're a little bit nervous right now because it seems that Ember is having that stereotypical third point defensive hold.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see some swaps actually for Whiteout here. So look to move in sort of with the Kiriko. You know, Kitsune Rush probably a good move, but you know, Verity's still in the backline here with the EMP, and yeah, that's a pretty good thing.
Spicy 3-man EMP, getting both supports in there as well, and then Doc with the clock just cleaning up there, putting out so much damage. Easy fight win there for Ember.
Yeah, and with Tyler swapping onto the Ashe, it definitely is a little bit weaker. I mean, obviously, you know, better range for Widowmaker, but you're hoping to build up to his Bob quite quickly, hoping to get some shots in with the dynamite, but they've got to move forward somehow here, and that's what they've been struggling with. As Doc gets another pick onto the back line of Whiteout.
Little lost so early on. Cypher laying down the Flux and finding so much out of it. Ember, their ultimate usages here are just so nice, coupled with the fact that they're able to take out so many crucial members early on. It's almost like they're flipping the curse, because we saw Fungin being low before, but Kitsune Rush was invested there, but doesn't look like that's going to matter. Ember's going to take this series.
Yeah, and pretty decisively as well. I think some good swaps from Whiteout there. Definitely sort of flashes of life. You know, the Sigma comp working out great for them, and Tyler doing some great work on Widow. But to think as well, like here especially, you know, great ult usage just in the last moments. You know, having all those tools available and rotating them perfectly was really what got them win there. Great play and sort of like a masterclass of that composition, I think, from Ember.
I agree. I thought that composition was played very, very well. And I will say, I did think that the Whiteout team did not play poorly. I felt like they did do a lot of nice strategies. Like, for example, we saw like the DPS trying to get those like backline kills. It was just, I guess, a matter of, I feel like Ember's kind of synergy and aggression was a little bit over the edge there compared to Whiteout. So, yeah, I think that's currently why Ember is doing so well. So yeah, kudos to them.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm to pick out like one player for Ember as well, which I thought like really was the difference maker there, and you saw him in the kill feed all the time, it was definitely Doc. I mean, Doc is my vote for MVP this match. I think it's kind of an obvious one, but I think you saw so many fights where Doc was just immediately opening up with a rail headshot onto someone in the back line, and it's just throwing Whiteout's plans, shredding them essentially. Really good play, I think, from Doc.
Hello, Jimmy.
Definitely.
Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, fantastic win from Ember. They keep their momentum going. They're now 2-0 after a really solid performance here against Whiteout. You already mentioned Doc as like one of your choices here for player of the match. MFG, who do you think the difference makers were for Ember here in this match?
I really felt that Cypher did a really great job on the tank. I really thought that there were a lot of moments where he was kind of able to win that Sigma battle over Capital, and I feel like that really was a lot of clutch, but I feel like also Hyper Knight did essentially the same thing against Donk on their first map. Like, I feel like both of the tanks for Ember did their job really well. So we'll have to see who the official MVP is, but there's clearly a bunch of options to pick.
But do you guys think there can be a case made for Ember being a top 3 team in B-League?
I think
yeah, I definitely think so. After this match, like it was kind of like like I said, it was a masterclass. It was like they didn't give Whiteout very many angles to make mistakes with. I think there was a couple of like maybe a little bit things to show up. Like we saw a pick from Tyler onto the Zen, sort of Fungin in the rotation. Yeah, the Tyler Widow is a tough one to go against, and they did sort of like play well around that in the end. Some stuff to go back through in the VODs and clean up a bit. But yeah, I definitely think like going forward, yeah, we probably will see Ember in the top 3.
I agree. I think they definitely showed us today that they are more than capable of overcoming any sort of losses. And we see that Doc is going to end up getting that player of the match, that nice EPS slot there. I think it's pretty well deserved. I know we were talking about Doc as one of the possible contenders here. So I'm glad that he was able to come out on top here and earn this title.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. Good follow-ups on the engages from Doc. Good railgun accuracy. What you would expect from a B-League winner from last season. Doc definitely been one of the star DPS players in that sort of skill range in BPL in the last year. I do believe we have a couple people from Ember to talk to as well. I don't know who's going to be dragged in here. Some questions here. I see, I believe Hyper Knight, Fungin, and Verity are here. So one half of a support and a DPS, a good mix here. Hey guys, how do you feel after your second win here in B-League?
Well, excited as always. Happy. Never really complain about, you don't really complain about losses because wins just are always good to have.
Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't lose.
Yeah, but doesn't me messing up my words there for a second. But yeah, feel good to lose. Have a good match.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty delicious, to be honest.
I like it. I like that.
Okay.
Did you guys expect to be 2-0 at the start here, or does this align with like your expectations going into the season? Because we just talked about it. I think there's definitely a case that can be made for you guys being a top 3 team now in B-League, especially after a start like this. And you can see like you're currently tied with Ice Cream Parlor, definitely one of the better teams in B-League. How do you guys feel about the start that you guys had so far?
I feel that this start it's a good start, but we gotta keep looking forward. We can't just we gotta focus one match at a time, right? We can't just say, oh yeah, we're doing great now. Let's keep focusing on the now. But we also keep looking to the future also, so we don't accidentally lose a couple games that could be easily won.
Yeah, being 2-0 is pretty hunky-dory, but at the same time, as Fungin said, we got to make sure that if we want to go on like that undefeated run, one game at a time. But at the same time, we're happy, we're having fun, we're gonna keep it up, and we're gonna put on some good shows.
Yeah. We acknowledge that we were kind of in one of the harder B-League divisions, so we were just take it one match at a time, see how far we can get, and now this puts us in a great place to keep going.
There's actually one more question I wanted to ask. On map 1, I saw you guys roll out like right away on the Reaper comp against Whiteout. Whiteout, I mean, if you watched their first game, you did know that Donk definitely likes to play Winston in their comps. So I wanted to ask, was the choice to play Reaper on that map, like was that like a strategy that you guys planned against that team, or is it just a comp that you like to play on Control?
Oh, absolutely. Anti-monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a couple of calls of like things that we switched up at the last second.
Yeah, like Hyper Knight going to the Reinhardt. We haven't really like practiced that much, but we were like, hey, let's just mirror the Reinhardt, see what happens, and Hyper Knight just demolished on the Reinhardt there on point B.
Ryan God.
Really.
Awesome. Well, I love seeing teams in BPL do their homework and scout the opponents, scout the wards. Definitely was very fun to see you guys in action. And thank you very much for talking to us. And good luck in your next match next week.
Thank you. Good luck with production.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right. Awesome. Well, that's a wrap on this game here. I want to say thank you very much, Ippy and MFG, for casting this one. I believe up next we have another game coming up. I have totally no idea what it is. Let me look real quick.
Mystery.
It's gonna be Noble and Pyromaniyak, actually, so that one's gonna be a very fun
Noble
game.
Pyromaniyak, featuring Azure, who just played on the official Play Overwatch channel. I hope everyone had that open on their second monitor. Still playing, because I was watching it a little bit on the side. Apparently the lobby kept crashing a bunch of times, but we'll see if we can wait a little bit to get them in the lobby to make it a fair matchup here. But yeah, do stick around. We'll be back after a short break for our next match, Noble versus Pyromaniyak.
Hello everybody and welcome back to BPL Season 4. It's me, because it's the final match of the day, or because something's gone terribly wrong, and well, it's only because it's the final match of the day. Still got MFG here and joined by Jokers. How you doing?
Good, I'm good.
Well, welcome back to the caster desk. So, Season 4, Week 2. We're just about at the end here. We've got one more match to go, and that's Noble versus Pyromaniyak. However, we are waiting a little bit. We have some people, if I can find the right screen, because I just moved it. Where is it? There it is. Who are playing, you can see on that 1:30 time zone team, Azure and Phone. We are slightly waiting for them to finish their match. You can see they've taken first point. They have 10 seconds left. This is on the Overwatch streams, of course. They are playing in the Challengers Cup this weekend. And it looks like if they cap this, we're going to be waiting a little bit longer. So who knows? But yeah, they'll be playing today in Noble versus Pyromaniyak. But we can have a look just before we end this. Actually, I'm going to watch this fight. Let's see what happens. Are they going to cap?
No, they lost. No, I don't think so.
Wait, pause, champ.
Well,
there's still faith. There's still faith.
Phone
out with the blade here, finding some great kills here, making us open for 1:30 time zone. Looks like they might cap it, you guys. What a fun fight that was.
Zarya still on.
Zarya is owning,
or maybe not.
Yeah,
Zarya 1v5. This character is amazing.
Ow.
Oh.
They don't quite get it.
They're stuck
no.
Yeah,
oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Oh, that was so close. That Zarya diff.
Never in any doubt. I knew it. The entire
Heartbreaking. Well, there we go.
They can redeem themselves here in BPL. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be playing on Seal's team, Pyromaniyak. You can see Azure is there, and Phone was from a different match, wasn't playing today, so I'm going to take his team, I think. But Azure will be here for Pyromaniyak. We'll give them a few minutes just to come down from that match, because I'm sure it was very interesting. I mean, they were playing one of the best teams of the tournament we've already seen, so here's what it is. But Noble versus Pyromaniyak, if I was smart, I would have remembered how good they are. Noble 1-0, Payak 0-1. What are your thoughts on the team for this weekend?
They're both teams. I don't really know much about any of these two teams, so MFG, you probably know more things about these teams, so I'll let you talk about them.
I know that going into the early on predictions and standings, Noble was definitely up there, obviously like Recurve kind of doing the spearheading for this team, but as you can see, almost every single member of Pyromaniyak has played in BPL before, so they definitely have a lot of experience, and that one loss they had was to Nox, which is Tekugen's team. I feel like that's another BPL team that has a lot of veteran players on it. So I wonder if Pyromaniyak's experience is going to be able to push them over the edge here.
Yeah, I mean, we mustn't forget that Pyromaniyak is like, it's a pretty star-studded roster as well, right? That double Azu Cypher tank line is kind of crazy. It was that #1 and #2 finish in last season. Took both of those tanks, so they've got a really good rotation if they need it. Yahoo, Azure, and Whiteout are all pretty insane. So, yeah, I mean, this could really go either way. Pyromaniyak, of course, didn't take a map, so hopefully they can get their first one today. Noble had a slightly close win against Northbound, going 2-1. We can have a look at the full standings for all the leagues, because why the hell not? This is other than the Andes group. This is all finished for the week. You can see Slasher Films topping the Alps group. We've got a tie for first in the Brazilian group. Britain's got Storm on top and the Sea League. Oomphy Academy on top, because of course they are. They've finished all those matches.
Yay!
MFG, any surprises from you from these teams? If you had to give them a quick once-over, is there anything that stands out?
Something that definitely stands out to me is I personally thought that like the X-LOTL and Lotus, I casted that match. I thought that both of those teams would be higher, because obviously we know that Storm is doing really well in the Britain area, but I feel like today Lotus and X-LOTL both showed really good cases to be up there within like the top 2 and 3. So that's going to be very interesting for me.
Yeah, lovely. Well, let's have a look at the Sea League schedule. I'm kind of doing almost the weekend wrap-up today, but it's just because we're waiting for Azure, and it looks like Azure may be back in the lobby, so we shouldn't be too far away. This is the final Sea League schedule of this weekend. At the 2 matches, we had Pluto doing one of his first productions, or being the producer for the first time, over on the Beast stream, so I hope that all went okay. We're getting so many new people coming through that are like doing extra bits now. So by the end of this season, we're going to have like 7 different prod groups. It's going to be great. Interrogators took 2-0 over the Metros, and Restless Insomniac Pack, the team with the longest name that always breaks my overlays, 2-1 over Nuclear. Very close match there. That 2-0 earlier takes them into the top, and we're starting to see a bit more divergence of the standings now. But let's hone back in as we're getting closer into Noble Pyromaniak, and I will let you two think about what we might see today.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you for that, great host Solomon. So, Joker, we are going to start off here on Nepal. So, what are you kind of thinking that both these teams are gonna kind of debut here?
So like we saw a little bit in that the match we were previewing before we got our teams into the lobby, we saw Zarya, D.Va. Those are basically the 2 tanks you're most likely going to see this entire series. They're the best in the game at the moment. Maybe a little bit of Sigma if you want to slow things down, but with Nepal, I do really like D.Va, especially for the map. I forget which. It's called Sanctum, right? That's what it's called. Sanctum with the big pit on the side. To be able to get out of that, not really any chance. You don't want to be able to fall off the side of the map. So with your tank, and then going in further into it, it's more or less up in the air on what you want to really run. It could be either Zarya, it could be either Sigma. Let's have to see what these teams like to run.
I'm excited to see what we are going to run with in particular, because kind of like you noted, there's a little bit of some outlets that both these teams can take here. But before we get into it officially, why don't we do some preds? I know you said you didn't know too much about these teams, but I guess based on what you may know about like specific people or taking a wild guess even, who do you think is going to take this one?
Well, I like the Pyromaniak team name better, so I'm going to go with that team for 2-1.
Alrighty. Hopefully Pyromaniak can take the win here, considering like Azurai can redeem herself there for in the BPL, rooting for that. But I think just to spice things up, I'm gonna go for Noble, because I do acknowledge them as a pretty good team and a very strong contender. So, but I definitely agree with you where I don't think there's gonna be a 2-0 in order. I think that this definitely is going to be a map 3 banger to close out the evening. We see here that if that does happen, we'll go all the way from Nepal to Route 66 to New Queen Street.
Yeah, and perfect to end out, as it is hockey season, and I am an avid hockey fan. So we can
who's your team?
I'm an Ottawa Senators fan.
Okay.
But look at that, we're starting out here on Sanctum FG.
Maybe we will see that kind of, you said mentioned D.Va. Right now we see an Orisa and a Zarya, but who knows? Things can change in the course of these fights. But in terms of our support line as it stands right now, we see Noble choosing the Baptiste, whereas Pyromaniak is going to go for that Kiriko.
Yeah, and this should be interesting. This is my first time really seeing Kiriko. I don't play support at all, so it should be a fun and interesting experience for all of us going forward. As they're going to start things off here on the side, as Synax is going to look to get into the fray early on with this new Orisa, and Bun Bun is going to get this first pick in the fight, and now Noble are going to be able to go in on the rest of the team. The massive amounts of damage from the Genji is no longer there, and Noble take first fight.
Synax really doing the work on the Orisa, getting the aggression done that allowed Noble to take so much space there in that fight. Pyromaniak, they need to kind of make sure that they can meet that aggression here in that next push. We see already they're trying to target down Synax in this next engagement.
Yeah, you gotta take out that tank. Without a tank in these 5v5 formats, they just crumble. As we saw earlier on in the oh my goodness, whatever that tournament was called, I forget. I'm so sorry, but Recurve is gonna start things off here. It's a nice pick on and to the opposing Genji, as Oh, it's looking good for Noble still. They've got all the picks they need, and they've got Pyromaniyak on the back foot for the time being. Azure, however, going to try to come back with a pick of their own. They haven't given this up yet here, as they're going to continue to push forward. They have a supercharged Zarya, and this should be huge for Pyromaniyak, but they haven't found the picks that they need. They're still stabilizing is Noble for the time being, but there goes Whiteout into the back line looking to take out the Bun Bun, but no, it's still Noble's point.
This is going back and forth here. We saw Azure get that great pick off using the Sojourn to open things up for her team. Looks like, though, they're not out of it just yet, but it looks like, ooh, Bun Bun's gonna change that. Never mind. Oh, goodness.
Bun with the overclock with a 4K. That's huge for Noble, continuing to hold on strong.
Going back to Azure here, she now has that overclock, so they're going to be able to utilize it, hopefully in the same way, if not obviously getting a 4K, enough damage to allow the rest of Pyromaniyak to have cleanup effect. And we also see Midster having that beat almost available too, so anything like recurves popping out the blade right now.
Yeah, the bite to come out. Bun has taken out Midster, and they were not able to use that sound barrier. That is huge. Azu's still alive, looking to use this grab, but are they going to get a chance? It's the overtime bar is ticking down, and Synax has found 2 on the point. This is not what you wanted if you're Pyromaniyak. You had so many ultimates to win, but nothing to show for it.
Man, Azu so close to that point to touch, but alas, not able to make it happen. But I feel like now coming into this next area of Nepal, specifically this one, I feel like there's a lot more room for a kind of Raw-centric composition, meaning it's going to be easier for them to kind of touch in a way. Because I know, like, there's so many areas you got to be careful for, or on the Sanctum, because you don't want to be, like, booped in, so you can't just, like, fly across, you know? So hopefully Pyromaniyak will have an easier time here.
Yeah, and I definitely like the Zarya overall over Synax's Orisa, but they were able to engage or empower. That's the word I was looking for. Synax on this Orisa, and that's what they need to do with Azu here going forward. But that's not really looking good for them right now. Just say that Midster, however, takes down Speedmans, and that is going to be a fight win coming in for Pyromaniyak.
I guess I wished it into existence there. They're able to successfully kind of push through. And Bun, though, does find the pick onto Azure, winning that soldier battle. So even though that was a fight win for Bun, for Pyromaniyak, Bun is going to make it so that it might not be too easy here on this next engagement for them to hold on to this point.
Yeah, as you're looking to get some charge up and going, you need that charge if you're the Zarya, and they've got it up to 100, but they're getting focused down here. They need to be staying up and healthy. You need to keep the Zarya alive, and they're doing just a great job at that. But just as I say that, Bun takes out Azu, who was at that 100 charge. It's now looking good for Noble to come back strong. Speedman's taking out Midster, and that's going to be Noble taking that fight.
There, I said it. They made sure that that fight was quickly overturned in their favor. Now, Pyromaniyak struggling a little bit, but not too much. They have ultimates available. We see that Kitsune Rush nearly online. That is definitely going to help them with that Brawl-centric, almost like a Lucio speed boost, but more.
Ooh. Whiteout taking down Speedmans early on in this engagement is huge. Not going to get as much healing as you would have liked to, as there is going to be the side of Pyromaniyak coming up strong for the moment as the Kitsune Rush is now on the board as everyone's going hog wild, crazy, super fast, and that's going to be a super fast flip coming in for Pyromaniyak.
I like how I predicted that so perfectly there. Like, the Kitsune Rush was able to do exactly what I was talking about. Like, that, make that brawl all the more deadly by just going straight into Noble's faces. Now we see that recurve is coming out with the Genji blade, but Whiteout is going to pop it first.
There's a 2K, 3K coming in, looking for a fourth for Whiteout. No, not going to get it, but it's still going to be enough to win the fight for Pyromaniyak.
That was a really nice blade there from Whiteout. Recurve holding on to his, but I didn't even see that Whiteout built up the blade. That ult economy from Pyromaniyak is very impressive here. Now they've officially surpassed Noble in that point percentage, but they still are going to have to be careful. Midster, really important that he uses this beat against the Recurve blade.
They deny the grab from Azu. That's huge coming in from Synax. That's going to be able to open things up into the favor of Noble for the time being, but there's no picks coming out from either of these two teams yet. This first pick in the fight, and that's going to be it. Kurt Lambert going to take out Midster, and that's going to flip it over to the favor of Noble now, as this is going to be just the rest of Noble collapsing on Pyromaniak.
Orisa is the new diva. That was such a nice eat from Synax, as you pointed out, really letting Noble shine there. Pyromaniak, they kind of used everything there, so they're going to have to take this next fight as an opportunity to either get an insane pick or to just build ultimates, because we know that now Synax has built up that Orisa ultimate, which can be pretty deadly if you're caught in that AoE.
Yeah, as they're going to use it here and now coming out, and that's going to be a decent amount of damage coming out. As Synax is going to go for 2, and that's going to be another fight win for Noble, at the team kill gong being sounded.
Last fight territory coming in right now. Pyromaniak desperately needs to touch right now. They essentially only have 5 seconds to do so. It could be Midster touching the point here. No, it's going to be the Doomfist of Azu to start things off.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to touch for long, however, just with how Doomfist is at the moment, as Synax is going to get 2 picks in this fight. This is all but over. They are just staggering out for some chance of winning, but no. Noble are going to take map number 1 in a convincing 2-0 fashion.
I really liked the gameplay there from Synax and Noble as a whole, but you can't ignore the Orisa when she's getting so many beautiful kills and just doing everything right, like with that Graviton eat. And then look at Bun Bun getting that beautiful 4K overclock. You just love to see it. Reason why I got play of the game. But Pyromaniak, I feel like they're not out of the weeds though. Feel like they have a opportunity here on Route 66 to come back, because it was pretty close. Like, they didn't get bodied. It was like 99-99 at least on the second part.
Yeah, they looked a lot better on the second point, where, like you were saying, it was a lot easier to brawl, and they were able to use that Zarya a lot more to their strengths. And I think that one that grab eat pretty much from Noble really just changed that entire fight and our entire map, and that's why we're seeing Noble up 1-0 going into the second map.
I think that they really definitely did play it well, and going into this next part, they really want to try to continue that, because as you kind of noted, the way that they were doing things really worked out in that clean 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt going forward to Route 66, which again can be you can brawl, but I would probably more likely see a diva going on, just because there is that high ground element, especially on point 1 and 2, that you need to be able to really take away from the defending squad if you're an attacker. But going into point 3, that's where we're probably going to see the Zarya coming back out for Pyromaniak, and hopefully they can win this, so we go to map number 3.
Definitely so. I'm hoping for a map 3 banger, like I said before. I agree with you there on the Route 66 prediction of the diva. I feel like also Genji's viable, so I don't think we're going to see any crucial DPS swaps. So far, we haven't seen any substitutions from both teams going into map 2, but we'll keep you updated as soon as we know of any changes. But if there is no changes, then obviously that signifies that both teams are comfortable with their current rosters and what they've been playing here on Nepal. But so far, we do have one little confirmation on the side of Pyromania. Looks like Yahoo is going to be coming in for Whiteout on that DPS slot.
Well, we saw Whiteout just play the Genji, so maybe they're changing things up. They might be going for a slower based composition. We could see the Sigma coming out from the Pyromaniak now.
That would be pretty interesting to me because Sigma is pretty viable because even though he's not your stereotypical like dive tank like the D.Va, I still think that Shield is definitely able to travel those distances to act almost like a pseudo dive tank if you want to call it that. So lots of room for different combinations here.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there. It's just a matter of waiting till we see really what any of these two teams is. Because I know you could. I know it's we could talk. You could talk for days. I can't, but but we're just really. I'm just really excited to see how Route 66 is going to be played. I have not seen Route 66 really been played in Overwatch 2 yet.
I know, it's going to be really interesting to see, especially now we have another substitution. It looks like Deem is going to be coming in for Synex on the tank. So maybe this swap will give you more of an insight on how Route 66 is played, because judging by the fact that both teams made swaps kind of helps you out in the sense that, like, okay, maybe their team comps on Nepal are not necessarily the right play for Route 66. So we can't obviously see that until we get into the game to see the exact hero picks. And, you know, we can keep taking our speculations, or we could go on a tangent as we continue waiting. Anything is possible.
Okay, how about we'll go on a tangent. What are you being for Halloween?
Oh, like 3 different costumes, because I have like 3 different Halloween parties. So for one, I'm actually going to be Gumball from The Amazing World of Gumball. I don't have a Darwin though. And then my other costume is going to be a Genshin Impact character. I'm going to be Miss Hina. I hope at least it's in the wash. And then my third one is going to be Frankie from an anime called Spy X Family. What about you?
I'm going to be Ted Lasso.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah. Yep.
Very nice, iconic costume.
I think it'll work well. I just got to shave up a bit. And don't have the regular mustache, though, which is unfortunate. So we're going to have to use a prop mustache. But we're going to head now into Route 66 as we see the trains a-burning. Let's hope that Pyromaniyak does not crash and burn like that train, as they need to win this map here.
Maybe Pyromaniyak will set all of their players on fire, meaning they're doing so well in the match. They got that little on fire symbol around their player avatars. I don't think we can see that on our end, but maybe we can wish it into existence and they can let us know if it happens at the end. But now we finally get to see what's happening here. Pyromaniyak, it looks like, waiting to see who's Pyromaniyak's going to be on the defense, and it looks like it's going to be pretty much what exactly we've seen before. It looks like now, though, both teams are opting for the Kiriko. That's really the only real difference from Nepal.
Yeah, we're just seeing a full mirror match from both of these two teams, and it's going to be who can run the comp better, not who's running a better comp, and that'll showcase the player's abilities.
Definitely so. And another small note, it does look like Deem is going to be on the Zarya instead of the Orisa, again, like contributing to that full mirror, as you noted. So I wonder if, like, it kind of shows to me adaptability, because I have a feeling that they're going to be just as comfortable on Zarya as a team than they were with the Orisa comp. So now we get to see that happen now as Noble starts their engagement.
Yeah, as they're gonna look to poke them out, we're seeing our Yahoo just take a lot of damage already from Deem on that Nazaria, as they're gonna go in recurve looking for some damage as well. It's really anyone's point at the moment. First pick is probably gonna open things up for either of these teams as Azu goes off the side of the map. Azure, however, gonna try to turn it back. They've taken one out. It's an even trade all around here, but it is looking like Noble have the upper hand as Deem on this Zarya is doing so much work for Noble.
Deem with the beam, putting a little alliteration or a rhyme to that, getting all of those great kills, including that semi-stagger there onto Azurite, and Midster falling too. Noble doing such an exceptional job here at getting the aggression they need. Recurve pushed all the way up to bridge.
Yeah, now they're just making the space that they, just creating space, giving Noble the amount of time, or the maximum amount of time they can to push this cart before they re-engage coming in from Pyromaniyak. That's going to be a huge play coming in as well. The Disruptor shot coming in from Bun, almost getting people out of that fight before it really even began. As Midster going down early on in this fight, it is going to be traded out. Recurve is out of this fight as well, as they're trying to do something. Pyromaniyak need to win this fight, and it does seem like they have the upper hand at the moment, and it is going that way. They've got all the picks they need.
DPS line there for Pyromaniyak, definitely bringing it back. Not entirely sure there about that Kitsune Rush, but that's okay. They won the fight. May have been an overcommitment, but we'll get to that later. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So far, Noble, Recurve has that blade as well, and we see the Lucio with that beat. So for any ultimates that Pyromaniyak has retained, they're going to have to be careful when popping them now that they know, or at least we know, that Noble has that safeguard now.
You know, the Dragon Blade has come out, and Recurve's already taken down one. Looking for a second. No, they're not going to find it, but they are going to take out Azure in that drive form, and that's going to be the fight win, and that should be the point captured by Noble.
I like the execution that Noble did, because it was essentially they did exactly what I warned Pyromaniyak against. They used Recurve's blade, but then they also kind of used that beat to nullify the effects of, I believe it was the overclock there by Azure. So Noble taking this pretty quickly, I must say.
Yeah, as they're going to come in here soon to start off. Yahoo does have this Dragon Blade to start things off and try to end this fight immediately. They're not going to find really any value because they're going to be forced out immediately by Deem's Graviton Surge, as that comes out, a grab of their own from Azu, looking to lock everyone up. Taking down Bun is going to be huge going forward, as they're going to look to finish this off. Picks going in favor of Pyromaniacs, and they got the door closed as well, which is huge.
I'm gonna be honest, even though that the Graviton allowed Yahoo's blade to not get a lot of value, I'm not sure if that grab was even the right play, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't think anyone was caught in it, so it looked to me like Deem just kind of threw it in there, hoping for the best case scenario.
Ooh, Yahoo's super low down here as a Recurve going full force. But True Dong are going to pop their own Kitsune Rushes. Pyromaniak are going to go wild, and now a super speed mode coming through. Midster taking out Recurve, and that's going to force back Noble for the time being.
Pyromaniak seeming to be finding their footing right now, as Azure close enough to that overclock again, where they still have a good ultimate to use in this next engagement against Noble. Beat almost online for Noble though, so again, having to be cautious of what Noble has up their sleeve. But Yahoo and Azure finding those crucial kills to start things off.
That's huge. Azure gonna come through with another pick here. Looking for a third. No, Yahoo's gonna get that two as well coming out. And hold on strong. It's down under 2 minutes for Pyromaniac's defense.
That's been really, really good because, like I said, Noble took first point pretty quickly. So now the fact that they're struggling a little bit here thanks to Pyromaniak says, like I said, Pyromaniak finding their footing here. Overclock already launched to try to keep this defense strong.
Yeah, and they take down Speedmans early on. The grab coming out from Azu as well, gonna lock everyone up, but it's gonna be Bun coming out stronger than anyone else from that as they find 3 picks in this fight. Azu looking for more, but it's gonna be Deem taking out their counterpart, and that's gonna be Noble opening things up on the attack.
Definitely was not expected. What I was seeing, I definitely thought that Azure was going to be able to get those great kills thanks to that grab, but I don't know what happened there. Bun just released that little energy surge of his own, but regardless, that was just really nice gameplay there from the side of Noble to open things up.
Well, Yahoo's gonna go out here. They're looking for Speedman's, taking down one, looking for another. They get it, and that is gonna be a nice fight win for Pyromaniak. They're down to under 40 seconds here, MFG. It's not looking good for Noble.
This is definitely looking good though for Pyromaniyak. Kitsune Rush and Beat online for them here. And I think their swap was pretty nice in terms of putting Yahoo in, because as you kind of noted, it used to be wider on the Genji, but it looks like Yahoo's much more comfortable on that hero.
Ooh, and they're gonna come in strong. The overclock coming in from Bun Bun. Already taken down one, and now they've just used their Kitsune Rush to force and get on the rest of their team, and that's gonna be a fight win. They're gonna force the objective, take down Azure, and they should be able to get this point unlocked unless there is a miraculous touch coming in from Noble. Or sorry, Pyromaniyak.
They're gonna try, but the example there of using that Kitsune Rush there's nothing they can really do even if they get onto this touch point. They don't have any viable options to contest. I wasn't really sure what the plan was there with that launch, but it happens. We GG go next on that part, so even if Noble is able to cap the second area, I still think that Pyromaniyak will be okay here, because obviously, as everyone knows, stereotypically third point is where the defenders start to shift.
Yeah, that's every escort map is pretty much attacker favorite until that third point, which just gets so entrenched into the defense that it's almost impossible for you to get there. As they're looking to get some picks going forward early on is Pyromaniyak on this defense.
So far, nothing happening just yet, but it looks definitely so that there's wants to be something. Pyromaniyak wants to have an aggressive defense here, hoping to make sure that Noble's attack doesn't last all that much longer, but Noble's not giving up. You see them kind of hiding, spreading out on the high ground there.
That was a nice play. Just getting out of the line of sight of that overclock is huge. And Deem is going to be the first person to get the first pick in this fight now. The Dragon Blade comes through from Recurve, looking for more than 1-2, finds it. And Deem as well getting in on the action. As this is looking really good now for Noble. They've got this beat to keep everyone up and healthy. And it's not looking that good for Pyromaniyak. They do have this Dragon Blade. They're going to drop here early on, but the Sound Barrier is going to counter it out immediately, as this should be Noble's point. They need to build up some more ultimates, though, for both of these two teams, but it's looking good. The grab coming out from Azun. They do find two in that fight. That's huge. Now the grab coming in a response, but nothing's going to be doing. Recurve's still alive, but it's not going to be enough, as that is going to be Pyromaniyak holding out strong on point number 3.
Definitely clutched up there, Pyromaniyak putting out what they needed to. For a second there, we thought that Recurve was going to be able to best them, but no, alas, the Genji does not win. But Noble, nonetheless, did have a pretty good attack. Kind of like what we saw last match. It was that scenario where the team didn't fully cap, but they capped so much that they might as well have full capped. So Pyromaniyak is literally going to have a perfect attack here if they want to keep themselves in this series. And apparently this shot right here, I've discovered that it's apparently called the teeth corner.
You didn't know that?
No, I did
like
not.
teeth.
I now see that, but that's kind of creepy. I don't like it.
The teeth corner.
No, it's zooming in. Stop zooming in.
All will come together in the teeth corner.
No, stop. It's looking at me.
It looks like, I don't know if you've watched Batman the Animated Series, but it looks like the Joker fish from the Batman the Animated Series.
My best friend is obsessed with all things Batman and Joker, so she sent me screenshots of the series, so I do actually know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I put a... yeah, that's just... yeah, it's creepy. But... oh, wow, we're gonna see a Widowmaker coming out from Pyromaniyak here, MFG.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I saw Azure playing the Widow during the Calling All Heroes tournament, which she was just in before this, so I have confidence on this pick. I think that Pyromaniyak can definitely use this to an advantage, especially since we've been talking about how Route 66 can see those long sight lines.
Yeah, but they just went for a quick shot, it looks like, as they've changed back over to the Sojourn, which is a better decision in my my honest opinion, as it just gives you so much more option to move around and not stay in one spot, which is not what you want to do in Overwatch, as right now it's looking good for Pyromaniyak. They've got a supercharged Zarya on the point. at the moment. Azu is super low, gonna get healed up, but the focusing fire from Noble is getting huge so far. They're focusing down, but it's not gonna matter. Azure, he's gonna get the 2-piece in that fight and open things up for Pyromaniyak.
Again, the DPS line for Pyromaniyak, Azure and Yahoo putting in so much work here to make things happen. The real playmakers of this team so far, I must say. Noble, I feel like they're going to have an opportunity here to recontest. We see already Recurve hopping over around that bridge. So hopefully Pyromaniyak is going to be able to kind of maintain this momentum and not get too caught out here.
Yeah, that is the question, as Azu looking to duel with their opposing Zarya for the moment, as Deem needs to get some charge here at the moment. They're just doing nothing. They're just pretty much throwing marshmallows at the enemy team with this slow beam that they have as the grab comes out from Azu. The sound barrier in response to keep everyone up and healthy from Noble, as they are going to force back Pyromaniyak for the time being, but whoever can get this first pick in this fight, and now the Kitsune Rush coming in from Chudong is going to be opening things up for the side of Pyromaniyak, as they're going super fast mode, as that is going to be the first point captured.
The nice part is that I think that this wasn't an overcommitment on the side of Pyromaniyak, because we still see they both have an offensive and a defensive ultimate to work with. Same thing for Noble though. So if you're Pyromaniyak, you're feeling really good right now, because even though you didn't bait out a bunch of ultimates from Noble, you still kept your own to make yourselves viable in this next fight.
Yeah, which is going to be huge. They have almost everything on the board, and they're going to start things off with the Dragon Blade, looking to take down one of their own, but not going to find any of the picks, and Recurve's in the back line, not going to find any healing back there, as they're going to try to turn this back. Nothing's really doing, however, from Noble after all these ultimates have been dropped in, and Pyromaniyak have all the everything in response, and they keep pushing forward.
Team's grab there was essentially negated thanks to Midster's beat. That was really nice timing on his part there. Pyromaniyak looking really solid right now on their Pyromani attack. Or defense. Pyromani defense.
Nope, you're right. They're attacking.
Their Pyromani attack. There we go. I gotta trust my gut here in these situations.
Oh, as they're going to start things off here, coming out is Bun Bun with their overclock, looking for some picks, but nothing's really doing. Recurve did take out Azure, and now the cookies are crumbling for the Pyromaniyak attack, as this is Noble's fight win.
Finally setting themselves up again here on defense, having control of that long sight line. Obviously, we see Recurve trying to make that well known immediately. Both teams, no ultimates yet. Close, though, so it's all going to be about execution. I say the obvious, but it's true, and we all know it. Looks like right now Pyromaniyak's going to want to try to take the high ground here, but quickly fall off.
Oh, Azure's in a little bit of trouble here. Recurve looking to get that duel out and get that player out of this fight early on. But no, they're going to get healed up and stay alive. But it's going to be Kurt starting things off with a pick, an unlikely source of damage coming out from Noble. And it may be able to keep this defense going. But Azure's still alive and doing work as the Kitsune Rush coming in. But people are already dying on the side of Pyromaniyak after that was popped out. It is still anyone's point at the moment. The next pick is going to be huge, and it is going to come into the favor from the side of Noble, but the Genji Dragon Blade on the board could flip it. The grab out as well. It's called an alt fiesta for a reason, as everything is just going on at once, and it looks like Pyromaniyak have the upper hand in it.
That was a really clean fight from Pyromaniyak. They forced out a lot from Noble. Like, I felt like Deem basically put that grab out to save himself. Like, they got the Genji in there, but I don't think he like really got a lot of damage out of it. So it looks like Pyromaniyak is set to complete the second push.
Well, the Dragon Blades come out from Recurve, but there comes the overclock in response to taking out their Genji midst of their Dragon Blade, as Azure looking strong as ever on the Sojourn taking names at the moment. That's going to be a 4-piece for the Sojourn.
Gosh, if I'm Azure right now, I would be proud of myself. That was a great clutch-up moment there, getting those 2 overclock kills and just more general damage. She's kind of showing right now how important Sojourn can be in terms of being, you said earlier, like the versatility of the hero. So now going into this third area here, like I know I've been saying, Noble might find themselves in the advantage here, so that's something Pyromaniyak will have to consider.
Well, yeah, Noble is starting off with an advantage in respects to heroes as Yahoo's out of this fight. And they're just gonna force in, focus them down, push them back to spawn, and buy some more time off the clock. They're down to 1:30.
Looks like Reaper actually, or it looks like Recurve actually swapped over to the Reaper, no longer wanting to do that Genji battle. It's interesting to me because I feel like Recurve, I'm just gonna say both, could definitely, for example, mow down Azu if Azu's not very careful. So we'll have to see if the peel is enough from Pyromaniyak to make sure Recurve doesn't get a lot out of this.
Great plays coming in from Pyromaniyak, just forcing out those ultimates and just kiting them back. Recurve does take down Yahoo, but 2 ultimates were invested and only 1 pick coming out from it is not what you want if you are Noble at the moment. As the grab coming in, they lured him into a false sense of security. As now the Sound Beer coming out, keeping everyone up alive. That's a huge play coming in from Kurt. The Kitsune rush out as well, but it's still looking good for Noble at the moment. They've got all the kills they need, and they're gonna look to force them back to spawn.
Yahoo does find that kill on a Recurve, but yeah, I don't think it's going to matter. I felt like that Kitsune rush was a little bit of a misguided quick decision because the fight was pretty much already lost, I got to admit, but just they hoped that they could get something done.
Yahoo's in the back line looking for some picks and almost taking down another one, but Recurve comes through. This is looking close as Azure is going to take out Recurve early on. Almost had that Death Blossom online to combo with Deem's grab. They're going to have to touch here soon, but the grab is going to be the one to initiate with. They only get a couple people in. The Sound Barrier there as well. Where's the Death Blossom when you needed it? As that's not what, it's not looking good. The Genji Blade coming out, the Death Blossom coming in at the right moment, finding two picks, and this should be Noble's point to win. Azure and Midster are still do find picks, but it is the defensive advantage at the moment. The respawn's coming in here from Noble. Are going to be able to take it, and they are going to take this series.
You were saying, where's that Death Blossom when you need it? Recurve heard you loud and clear and knew exactly when to pop it. That was a good kind of stop to the overtime flow of Pyromaniyak, but Noble won, but I feel like they really had to work for it there. I don't think that the 2-0 does justice. I definitely feel like Pyromaniyak got robbed out of the 2-1 because they just played so great. Like, I feel like the score is wrong, even though I know it's not. But just, like, I do have to give credit where it's due. I did even pred for Noble, so I'm right. But both teams, beautiful.
Yeah. In so many effects that when there is a clean sweep, it is a lot closer than the score line says. Pyromaniyak had some bright spots going in. Azure was very good as well as Azu as well. So if they continue to build, as they continue to build forward, they can definitely change these results up as not what you want to start out with, as they are down 0-2 in the standings at the moment.
I feel like looking at kind of the scoring of their previous match as well as this one, it's always been pretty close. Like, that's either 2-1, 3-2. Like, this is like really only the first time for Pyromaniyak where one of the maps was like a clear like 2-0. So that tells me that they definitely don't deserve to be in the bottom. I feel like they definitely have what it takes to go up against these arguably better teams in their individual group. Whereas if we want to shift our focus now to that winner of this group, I have to admit, I felt like they also had similar score lines where they had pulled it up with those clutches with the 3-2, the 2-1. So I think Noble definitely has what it takes to, like I said, to clutch up in the moments where it counts.
Yeah, and look at that. Our player of the match is going to be Bun Bun from the side of Noble. We saw them popping off all night long on Sojourn, especially on Nepal there with that 4K. There was a masterpiece of Sojourn.
Definitely earning play of the game there. Now we have, I believe, potential interviews or potential Solomon views.
It is Solomon.
It's me. Sorry to disappoint. It's not Noble. I mean, they might turn up, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, what a match to close it out. It felt close, but then it kind of wasn't. But then it kind of was at the end. Pyromaniyak managed to claw some stuff back together, and Route 66 weren't able to take it. Unfortunate. But we did manage to. I was gonna say they didn't win in the Challengers Cup. They didn't win here either. Either way, we're still proud of them. They did well. They got far into the qualifier stage. So hope we get to see them further on. But yes, let's have a look at the final standings after week 2. This the win here puts Noble tied with Jets in the top of the group. Recurve is currently sorted underneath the Jets in the joint first. After Recurve on his podcast was talking about how Jets is a fraudulent team and should not be winning any games. It's currently tied with them at the top of the standings. So we'll have to see what happens on his next podcast to see what he has to think about that. And I'm sure Butters will be on his ass, so to speak, to see what we can get out of him. But yes, this is the full league standings. So you can see all of A League there. Slasher Films top of the group with the Meow Militia and Mechanical Brain in the top half. Frontier take the Andes third spot. The Brazilian group in B League is all hotting up as well. In fact, if I go to these, you can see that some of these groups are really nuts. Like the other A group, look at all those one-on-ones. That's going to be a really tight group, so really excited to see. And even Inferno, should be doing better. So, we can expect maybe better things from them as well. Yeah, MSG, any thoughts on these?
I feel like there's a lot to look forward to in these coming weeks because, as you did note, there are so many possibilities for the standings to shift because of all of those 1-1s, and not even for the A's, but also for the B's. And then also we know that C League, they're on a little bit of a time crunch. I believe it was you who mentioned they had a five weeks to do a 7-week tournament, but they have 8 people in their group. So there's definitely going to be a lot more room for some exciting matches coming up in the future.
Yeah, just taking another look at the B League standings before we head off. Same thing is happening in the Britain group. Storm topping that and Continue Blossom at the bottom of that, but it's still all to play for in the middle. And the Brazil group, a little bit more clear. But yes, Sea League, as you said, they have a full round robin with their 8, so we're gonna have more games. So next week, starting from next week, some teams will be playing multiple games against each other to get through everything. Before we head out, I wanted to give another thanks to someone. Last time we did this on Twitter, but the match that you just watched was Mark's 500th match observed.
What?
500.
No way.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of matches observed.
Honored to be a part of that.
You know what's funny is this is the graphic from 250. Just double this amount of matches to what Mark has now. Isn't it crazy? People who may not be aware, Mark is one of our observers who has been here since the beginning, was on the Brazil Uprising back in season 1. You can probably laugh at that all you'd like, and then was like, I don't know, but he was then like, I'm going to observe now. But no, he's been observing ever since. You can see he was observing season 1. This is the SunBG records behind. You can see the starting sub 23, season 2, going down all our stuff, sub 23, 4, 5. He's been doing he's one of the best that probably the best we have. I gotta say, I'm not putting any others down when I can say Mark is generally one of the best observers. And honestly, part of the reason why BPL can do what we do, because he is consistently available, which is a great thing, and also consistently excellent at what he does. So big thank you to Mark, who's been doing a lot. Thankfully, now that we've been doing more paid stuff, that I can finally reward him in money whenever I can, whenever I have jobs for him. So, which he so dearly deserves. But yeah, just look at all these matches and then double that, and then you've got even more. So, if you've ever seen, Mark does a bunch of solos as well, but any nice free cam shots that are flying around, the overhead little map view at the start of control maps and stuff like that. That's Mark, so you'll be able to point and look and say, oh, I know who that is. So yeah, big thanks. I wanted to shout that out because this was perfectly 500. You go to solemn.gg/mark and you can see if your browser will crash because it loads every single match.
Oh my goodness.
That actually has pushed me to do more like efficiency fixes on the website as a whole. So Mark is also making my website faster by having too much stuff on his profile. So,
Mark is too powerful.
For real. Yeah, well there we go. That is week 2 in the books. Now, I'm not going to be here for week 3 or week 4.
Oh goodness.
I know, it's crazy. Next Saturday, I'm on a plane. I'm off to LA. So
America!
No excuse. Yeah. No excuse.
Well, listen, I'll do something on the plane.
Produce on the plane.
Yeah, I'll bring a laptop and I'm sure we'll make something work. I'll buy the Wi-Fi on the plane. What could go wrong? But already this weekend we've had, and like from Friday and onwards, we've had people doing a whole bunch of roles. So you guys know that you're in safe hands with everyone on the production side, and we'll make everything work. But yeah, I'm heading to LA because I will be going to grand finals, but also staying a little bit for a while. So it should be a lot of fun. That also means week 4, which is grand finals week, we might have some schedule changes because fucking half of everybody will be in Anaheim anyway. So let's not have matches on the Friday of grand finals, perhaps.
Yeah.
And also because it's like a weird time, so it's like right in the middle of when we do it. So we'll have more updates about that later. So just stay tuned. But yes, you'll be in very capable hands throughout the rest of the week. It's kind of a pain because Season 4 has been a lot of fun and I've done a lot for it, but you know, good to take a break. So I'll be here until the weekend, basically. But everyone else has been here already. Let me show the staff overlay. This is the big graphic of everyone who has done something this season already. Look at all those names. That's a lot of names.
Oh, hey, that's me.
Hey, I'm there.
You see your names.
Cool.
The great thing is I don't have to update this. It does it automatically because I would miss people. But yes, lots of people already got their first Overwatch 2 casts in or Overwatch 2 observing production. We've got more people getting trained up every single week. So if you are interested, you can go to the BPL website, BPL or !event, I think works. And you can have a look at the staff applications on there. If you would like to get trained up, it's a lot of fun. But that's all for the week. The final schedule for today, I'm just going to throw this up. It's pretty good. Not quite as stumpy as yesterday. All 2-0s yesterday. Some more 2-0s today. C-League has had a pretty good time as well. And you can look at everything on the website. We'll see you on Friday for, well, I think Wednesday for the next BPL podcast on Rico's channel, which is actually quite good. You should have a look at it, even if it is from a guy who's bald. You should listen to that because we get good people on it.
Hey, I'm going. Hey, no bald slander. I'm going bald.
Well, he's already bald, so like, don't worry, you're fine for now.
Okay, I'm fine for now. Good.
Yeah. So see you Wednesday and Friday. More games, more BPL action. Thanks so much, everyone. We will see you next week. Good night.
Bye.